stream. What else you got?
And hello, YouTube. This is the first day of the summit. We're still kind of letting people trickle in and starting up, so nothing's really happening yet. But hang in there, and we'll be around soon.
I have no idea what any of these things do. Oh my god. Meeting settings. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hello, black screen. Oh, there's someone. Um,
Hey, if nobody's ever seen the actual office before, there's a bit of a wall hanging in my office. Check it out.
so just a general.
Look, I have a monkey.
So just a general public service announcement. So for anyone who is not actively talking, please mute yourselves either in the program or if your microphone or whatever has a way to mute there, then that's also fine. But just like most people are muted now, so I think most people understand it. But it's just otherwise we get a ton of background noise going in the background. I'm gonna probably repeat this a couple of times throughout the day as people dip in and out. But yeah.
I suspect admins can mute people as well, and so
Yeah. So if
you may find yourself muted.
yeah. But if someone gets muted, you can unmute yourself. So don't panic if you're trying to say something and you've gotten muted.
Yeah, but if you kick someone, then they can't rejoin unless the meeting is restarted. So, like, don't kick.
I think that's me because I always play music. Sorry.
I don't hear any now.
I unmuted it when I don't talk.
Cat, would it be okay? Would it be okay for you if you change your name to Cat or Catquist or something other than Mustakrakish?
Yeah, hello, hi. I would totally do that. I'm trying to. I'm trying to do that
Okay.
because I don't know why it's Mr. Crackish, and it's signed up as Mr. Crackish. I don't know why. I'm
Fair.
actually trying to find out how that.
That is perfectly fine. Just
Well, I can rename you. What would you like me to rename you to?
CatQuest. CatQuest is good.
just trying to make it so that we know who the various people are.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I signed up and it said, why am I Mr. Crackish? I have no idea why it made me Mr. Crackish. My phone is named Mr. Crackish because it's a Finnish metal phone, whatever. And don't know what's going on.
Crackish.
Okay.
Frizzle, some management before we get started. I assume we'll have no meeting on Monday.
Yes, I've been meaning to. Yeah, I've been thinking that for the last several days that I was going to say in the MetaBrainz ISC channel that we should cancel it. Normally we cancel it on the grounds that people are probably traveling. There are probably less people that will be traveling, but I still think that having had 12 hours of meeting already, we can probably skip the one Monday night. So yeah, I definitely would be in favor of canceling Monday night.
We could probably have a very short sort of thing because with people who are not in. But then on the other hand, we can invite more people to be in the summit now.
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
fun.
Everybody can join who wants to join, and those who can't join can watch it on YouTube.
Exactly.
So I don't really think there's like the barrier to entry should be fairly low this time. And it's just like if there's anything that needs to be said after the summit, it can wait a week. It's very unlikely that we have any urgent announcements that need to be said on Monday. So
Yeah, and if there is an urgent thing, then we can do that via Twitter or whatever.
yeah, if there's something that urgent, we probably need to get it out before Monday anyway. So.
Sorry, Fraser, one more thing. Can you please turn around?
Why?
Did you have some sort of accident?
No.
There was a strange.
Yeah.
You cut off your hair. Why did you do this?
Because it was too warm.
There's no such thing as too long hair.
It was too warm.
Yeah, there's something.
And other reasons, but that was definitely one of them. So, yeah, it happened. When was that? That was in like June, I think. So that's been a.
I like your cat in the background.
Thank you. I do too.
I don't know what it is, but it's a cat, an angry cat with black and red. I like cats, as people may know.
So unfortunately for all of you who can't be here and share the chocolate table with us, we've got a small variety, but enough for the two of us right here. The clear winner for now is this hot masala chocolate. Very good.
Chocolate? That sounds dodgy.
Way better than it sounds.
All right.
Monkey, you need to unmute yourself. No one's hearing you.
I think that's because
very
he's not
quiet.
talking.
That's because I wasn't talking.
Are we expecting more people?
I mean, there's quite a few that aren't using video.
Yeah,
Shivang
that's
is there,
fine.
and
But I have the list of participants. We're 14 people in the call now. I'm just looking over the names.
Michael, that's Lucifer. DNS. Who is DNS? Hey, Diru. Whoever.
Rio
I've
isn't
never
here.
used Rio. Oh, him. I'll text him. I mean, sure. Rio, get your ass there. Where?
But I don't know if we should just 13, 12. I don't know if we should just slowly
I think
get
we should
started
just
or
get started, to be honest.
right. So we have that one and we have this one.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I maybe just move this to a new?
Wait, Fraser has no hair. What happened?
That is correct. I shaved it off. So now I'm gonna do the thing, and now I'm gonna ask the question that that Alistair was asking before. Whether you can see the screen.
Yep.
So
Yep.
the plan for today is we have so far, we're gonna, like, this first hour we're just gonna be chilling and making sure that everything is working. You can't see the screen on YouTube, right? Yeah. Not sure if there's anything to do about that.
We should
Maybe.
just record this meeting and put it up for later and ask people who are actually watching the stream to just join the Zoom meeting. That would be the easiest way forward, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Do this, and we can transition. There we go. Now the screen share should be there as well. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, so we have in the first hour, which is where we are at now. Just getting things started, getting people in, getting people used to Zoom, and yeah, and planning the rest of the day. And we'll probably start tomorrow with schedule planning and something similar to this as well. So we have a bunch of states to cover throughout the day. And then we have some leisure time at the end so far. I'm thinking that these are probably not all gonna take an hour, and these are
Yes.
probably not all gonna take half an hour each. So I feel kind of confident that these 6 can probably be done within the first 3 hours.
I think last year those only took like 5 to 10 minutes each.
Yeah. So I think 2 to 3 hours should be plenty, which leaves us some time for other things. It would also be nice though to have some breaks so we can get up and stretch. And since the time spread is quite significant for people, there will also be, like, people will need to go get food in between. So I think it would be good if we allow for some measure of time, 10-15 minutes maybe, at the end of every session for just people to get up and do things. So that is my proposal.
Can we do a couple of points of housekeeping real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Namely, we have both an IRC chat and a Zoom chat. I would prefer if we actually only used one of them. And my preference, I guess, would be for IRC because it's logged. And we should avoid using the chat in Zoom. Does anyone have any problems with that approach?
I want to use the ERC chat.
Any objections to this? All right, so let's just use the chat in IRC, and if somebody starts chatting in Zoom, let's give that person a reminder that we should be in IRC. Yeah, that's all I got for now.
Do we have or need a task voting system. I guess in person we can just put a mark on a whiteboard, but not so easily here. Just thinking for planning.
I mean, we can do whiteboard here as well if we need to.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
a thing where you.
but a Zoom whiteboard is not useful for that. I'm just thinking like
We can
if
also
we're
do
at the point,
polls.
right?
No.
But perhaps it's easier if we just use IRC and if we do
Yeah,
some planning,
maybe.
just everyone writes in what thing they want to do and someone tallies it.
There's these in the participant line. There's all these icons and things you can put things up. You can up and raise hands and yes. Thing.
I mean, we don't have. Maybe we should just start with like there are a lot of states which like we're all gonna do today, and probably as the first thing to kind of get started and get thing would be my vote, and then we have a couple of breakout sessions. I don't know if this is your instrument, is that gonna be a state of instruments type as well?
It's more a suggestion for something I've been thinking of for years now, but I haven't had a chance to actually.
All right,
put on the summit thing.
So that's gonna be a separate session as well. Right, so we don't actually have that many, so I think we should start off with maybe getting a call for other things that people wanna talk about. Docs, I am on docs. Why is it not? Oh, no. Why can I not make a new one? I am logged in, right? Yeah. That is weird. Oh, is it down here now? Oh, God damn it. All right. So do we use the ISC to collect topics? I
gotta be honest with you.
Guess so.
Calls it IR, I'm confused. I think of it as IRC.
Yeah, let's do that. So if we add maybe down here, or maybe we make a new sheet. So if we add topics here, and then we can write our names in the adjacent columns, would that work?
Yes.
All right. So we have instrument, request. We have oh, nice. So yeah, if people have the document handy?
Okay, about the instruments, I don't actually know what you're asking me here.
I'm not asking you anything.
Okay.
This is just.
If I need to do something.
You don't need to do any.
Time schedule.
You don't need to do anything with the timetable, but this is just. Unless you don't want to talk about instruments, unless you don't want to have a session where we talk about instruments. I assume.
I do.
Yeah. So we have that as a topic on the. As one of the things we want to bring up this weekend, right? That's what this is, and the proposer is you, so therefore I put you in the proposer. It's not a.
Yes.
Yeah. I just thought I would take the ones that were already in the document.
Okay, no, just it's a bit hard to see. I thought you wrote 30 minutes, and I'm not sure if I can do what I need to do in 30 minutes. I'm very, but I saw that. Yes.
That's for other people.
Yes. But I want people. I'm kind of hyped for it. So I want Rio and you, and also I'd like Monkey in there as well. Also, he seems interested. No, you also was it? I don't remember. Oh.
So are we gonna let people write in things? Are people writing anything on IRC?
I think we should get started with the states thingies and then let people fill in the stuff that they need to fill in.
Oh yeah, and then we can schedule the rest after we're done with the states.
Yeah.
That actually sounds reasonable. But we're still half an hour. So gonna just this first hour we're letting people acclimatize to the Zoom meeting and the virtual unconferencing. But yeah, I think that's a good. I think that's a good idea to just do the various dates, and then we can kind of have a break after that and figure out what we have time for, and yeah. I'm gonna stop the screen share now.
What I hear, Fresso, is that if I understand correctly, there's more time for chocolate.
Exactly. That is the thing that I'm trying to put across.
I'll be right back.
All right, so should I get started on the states of MetaBrainz?
My suggestion is that we wait the until 2 o'clock, as was put down in the schedule for anything. I see we still don't have Rio here. So I was thinking to this first hour as kind of a grace period to get people sorted out with any technical issues and things.
I'm not sure if it's the best use of people's time now, to be honest.
I agree, but it's also
I'm with Param on this. We should the schedule. I mean, the schedule that I had in mind with the Excel spreadsheet that I made originally was the idea that people would take slots and so forth, and then we would kind of work along those schedule lines. But we've gone back to the old format. So the old format is just, let's just, go one thing after another and then take breaks just to be fluid. So let's just forget about the timing on things. So
All right.
I prefer to just get a move on than just sit and do nothing.
Yep. All right.
All right, then I'm going to get started. That's not the window I want to share. No, this one. Okay. Can people see the presentation now? I can.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Let me see if I can go full screen on this. Should be even better. Okay, I think that's good enough.
Just before you start, sorry. Would someone mind taking notes?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not. Well, I have my setup. So somebody else. Who's our usual note taker? Where's Justin?
I guess I'll start a doc and I'll take notes for this one, but I'm not promising to take notes for everything. So yeah.
Probably a good idea. Why don't we just do that before each session? Ask somebody.
That makes sense. Yeah. Sounds good.
Let's
I'll help.
at the Summer of Code Mentor Summit. Okay. Well, so thank you for taking over organizing things. The summits have just become very stressful for me, and every time I'm just thinking about the summit, I just feel the stress rising, and honestly, it's not really healthy for me. So in the future, I'm going to lean more on the rest of the team to help make the summit work. So it just feels a lot better. I'll still help with visas and travel arrangements and so forth if we're ever allowed to travel again. So we'll see how that goes. But welcome to the summit. And I'll just dive into the state of MetaBrainz. There's not too much new stuff. You guys have heard most of the stuff before. So 2020 started off pretty benign, normal, nothing particularly interesting until FreeDB shut down. And FreeDB was one of the first projects. So when the CD index was born, and it was like 97 or something like that, it was basically born out as a response to a Slashdot post. And at the same time, like 6 or 8 other projects got started, all literally overnight, promising to replace CDDB. Free CDDB was one of them, and it was the most long-running project. But the last 10 years of its life had been on basically life support, and they decided to just shut it down in March. So that was an interesting sort of perspective, and I never really kind of thought about what that meant, because it really only leaves MusicBrainz, Discogs, and Wikidata as far as open music metadata. There's various other smaller players and so forth. And even in the closed space, right? What happened to Disgrace Note, right? So I was recently chatting to some people when I was in California in January. I was talking to the Pandora folks, and they basically said, it's like, yeah, well, Grace Note wasn't able to really make the transition to figuring out all the interrelationships between artists and products and recordings and all these other things, all the things that we've excelled at. Right, and they're a closed source organization working against an open source organization. It's just difficult, right? And so their data is just crap. They haven't kept it up to date. They've moved on with other things, and they've largely failed in their missions. And they're now a little division of Nielsen. So in a way, that's like our arch nemesis is not gone, but largely diffused, which is an interesting perspective all around. So that then leaves Discogs and Wikidata, and Wikidata's music data isn't really comprehensive yet either. Discogs has got good data, but they don't really care to be a data service provider. You can download the data out of their XML file, but you don't know when the next one's coming. And it's like what we do with providing a database with updates and the whole 9 yards is actually something that's where we really kind of care about people who think like us, who are data geeks. And these data geeks want to have updates that come to them on a regular basis, that are followable, that are consistent. And neither Discogs nor Wikidata do that on that particular level. So it's interesting that kind of puts us into this almost monopoly position. And it's a more or less a benevolent monopoly, which has some business implications as well. But in a lot of respects, it's kind of also nice that there's a lot of people that are dependent on us. If we should hit hard times, and I'll talk about where we are with respect to hard times, that means that more people will be willing to help us because we provide, from what I can basically see, an integral component of internet technology, for a tiny segment of the internet. But still, 20 years of hard work on this particular front and continued efforts by the MetaBrainz team to make this work has really paid off. So congratulations to everyone for getting us into this position. You've always talked about, total world domination. It was kind of a joke, but to actually find ourselves at a point where, you could vaguely argue that we've accomplished this is kind of weird. Anyways, so, that was sort of the right at the cusp of the pandemic. And I, like everyone else, just sort of panicked for a while, panicked, doom scrolled news for days on end, trying to figure out what's going to happen now. Oh God, doom, 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 doom. Once I finally kind of put my head around things, I put together, complete emergency plan. Right, cutting budgets, cutting teams, figuring out getting rid of the office. What can we do to save money? And the board basically said, hold up, right? You have saved money and you have a bunch of money in the bank and you have what I described as basically a dream team. I mean, having Alistair on board, it just sort of rounds things out. That's something I never expected to have, right? So this was the worst of timing in a lot of ways. But the board basically suggested, okay, just continue on. We have an emergency plan in place, but don't activate it for now. Let's see how finances go. And right, it's been good. I mean, literally they said you save money for contingencies, use it and protect your team. So that was one of those moments that I was just super elated that we could just kind of continue on. Fantastic, really quite fantastic. Now, the one thing I did, that we did do as part of this emergency focus, this emergency shift, was actually saying, we need to focus on bringing some of our projects that are right near maturity into the fold and foster them so that they could, in the short term being maybe 6 months to a year's time, become more compelling so that more companies are looking at the data, and they're looking not just at MetaBrainz data, but they're looking at AcousticBrainz data, looking at ListenBrainz data, recommendation engines, these sort of things, right? So the one that's always going to be there, and my hairdo in reverse is kind of an homage to MetaBrainz, which is without MetaBrainz, there's nothing else. And then ListenBrainz with a shiny new logo. Thank you, Monkey. We, obviously we've been hearing lots about ListenBrainz, and ListenBrainz is picking up in mind share, so that's good. But AcousticBrainz is also quite important. And these three, so MetaBrainz is our bread and butter. ListenBrainz and AcousticBrainz are the two projects that are closest to basically providing things that people would like to use. And AcousticBrainz is starting to get some traffic. ListenBrainz is getting some traffic. And the fantastic summer that we've had that has brought about a bunch of features that are taking us now from just something where to save listens to actually having value coming back is really quite interesting. And so fantastic job, ListenBrainz team. It was a really incredible summer. It was really incredible to be part of that. But that's not to say that we're giving up on BookBrainz, right? So I kind of asked Monkey to spend half his time helping us out with the recommendation engine sort of work and ListenBrainz in general. We're not giving up music on BookBrainz, and BookBrainz is at a point where it's not far enough along where we can say that we can expect it to generate revenue in the next year, right? And then BookGog's going away, and there's a bunch of people in influx that are sort of it's clear that we need to continue supporting BookBrainz and need to continue working on it because we are in a fantastic position to capitalize on that and to make it work for us. So focus is not shifting away from that. like I said, focusing on projects that could bring medium supporters in the medium term. That's quite important. And so really the recommendations driven by MetaBrainz, and we'll hear more about that. We're seeing early things happening from that. It's been really quite interesting. I'm very excited by the open nature in which we're doing things. I'm excited by Alistair straddling between the academic side of things, and when we have a question, Alistair can ping people and get good answers for us, right? So having access to research community is a really fantastic thing in that particular context. And yeah, we have a lot of things to grow up on, a lot of things to improve as far as how to build recommendations and so forth. But initial results are promising. I feel excited by that. And of course, the acoustic data by MetaBrainz and the listen similarity project, that's all now kind of coming to a focus in the recommendation engines. And as we were kind of kicking this off a few months ago, Alistair had a comment that was very poignant. He basically said, like, yeah, we have all these disparate pieces laying around, all these data sets that aren't doing anything. And really what I was doing was like really starting the work to actually kick it off so that we're actually integrating them, so that we're bringing them into one. And the Troy project I've been talking about so much as of late is the toolkit to kind of bring these things together. And hopefully we'll see a lot more use of that, hopefully before the, the next few days, it'll actually turn up online so more people can play with it. So this is our focus, and we're now, I would say like before the end of the year, we'll actually find ourselves in a position where we can start making much more public noise about this type of work. And I think that will bring more people in there. Maybe MetaBrainz itself wasn't compelling enough, but MetaBrainz and recommendation and acoustic brains and, bringing everything a bit to the forefront is might be compelling for them. At least that's the hope. Also, and one thing that's definitely been really on my mind, and really thankful for all of Yvonne's work on improving the VM, which makes getting into MetaBrainz a lot easier. So we don't really get a lot of people trying to install their own instance of MetaBrainz anymore, thank heavens. So and the VM is really working out really well there. So thank you, Yvonne. All right, so let me go talk about the MetaBrainz financial health. And I think this slide is, that slide shouldn't have been there. But I'm too lazy for budgets and a lot of other business bullshit. So there's so many things you could be doing, and things you could be doing to manage money and and credit and this, and I just distrust a lot of this stuff. My philosophies, as you guys have heard, are pretty much very unpopular in the Silicon Valley, in that we like to spend less money than we earn. We're really unpopular in that sort of concept. But so really, instead of budgeting and doing a lot of things, I just keep it simple and leave 12 months of operating costs in the bank. And so the idea then is that if we do the math, and the first 9 months spread out over the year, we basically spend $33,992 every month. And we can look at the financial reports. Most of this money goes towards people. The second amount of money goes to hosting and then office. But really, like the bulk of the money goes towards paying our people, and there's not a lot of other stuff. So there's not a lot of overhead, which is also nice. As of September 30th, so just a few days ago, we have $413,000 in the bank, near record money in the bank. And if you divide those two, we can operate for 12.17 months. And that is the only metric I generally really care about, right? As far as when it comes to our financial health. So my goal is to have 12 months of money in the bank. And, there's a bunch of money that's coming in. BBC hasn't paid, Google sponsorship might still arrive, and a couple of other big payments. So, before the end of the year is out, I would expect this number to actually increase to maybe 12.3 or 12.4 months. Now, the assumption there is that this is the amount of money that we have if everyone stops paying us right now, right? Then we would hit the wall in about 12 months' time. But, that is an unlikely scenario, right? And what we've seen at the beginning of the pandemic is we had a couple of customers drop out. One dropped out that wasn't pandemic related, and another one dropped out, and I'll talk about that more in a minute. But then it just kind of stopped. Now we have a bunch of small customers who are, like in the live music industry, and I'm not expecting to get any money from them. And I'm also not going to pester them. If they're in a live space, they're just get a pass from me. So before I'll dive more into, what our supporters are doing and how they're faring in a minute. Let me one graph, and this is what I was working on Thursday to calculate our money in the bank. And if you squint at this, and you can see, this is the phase where we are actually licensing our data according to the Creative Commons non-commercial license. So anybody who was using it outside of the terms of non-commercial license could use it for free. We ended up leaving a lot of money on the table. So then in 2015, 2016, we changed our business model to say, all right, really, if you're using the commercial context, regardless of licenses, which I guess I'm calling moral commercial, you should give us money. And most people basically looked at that and said like, okay. It's also coupled because our data, became a lot better than everybody else come 2015. We were able to make this shift, right? And it's a pretty significant shift. It's like what has happened to our cash on hand, right? That's a pretty significant one. Now, the next step is what happened to COVID. But if you note, that line is still going up, right? So that is, this one part of us doing phenomenal work, you guys doing phenomenal work. Another part, luck. Another part of just being at the right place at the right time and not having too much dependence on live music. So that number is still good. So, there's no, if things get much, much worse, we will not escape unscathed, but for the time being, things are looking okay. So as I mentioned, the worst affected is live music, by far, right? So Ticketmaster was one of the first companies to ring us up, and they said like, hey, we can reduce the contract amount by down to like a quarter or something like that. They basically set out like, we'd like it to be this, and then we'd like to survive, and we'd like to go back to paying you this in hopefully a year's time, right? And what am I to say? Would I be an asshole and say like, no, then they would just cancel the contract? So I'm just like, hey, good luck, guys. I'll bill you guys for this stuff. Great, let's go. Music Choice is another company. They provide music services for businesses and for satellite TV in the States. And so businesses playing music, right? So, but if businesses are shut, they're basically also not paying their music services at all. So they had a huge crash in income. They basically said, yeah, we'd like to not pay you for the rest of the year. And I said, off you go. Let's talk at the beginning of next year. And like I said, there's a couple of other customers that are in this particular spot who are probably not going to survive. But most of them, other than the bigger companies, just small, $100 a month or so. So the good thing about having an increasing number of $100 a month customers is that if you lose 3 or 4 of them, you don't particularly notice. And that's another thing I failed to mention earlier. When FreeDB ceased operating, there were a bunch of people, and it was surprising how long it took for them to actually do it. Like the large number of people that basically became our customers because of that actually came weeks after FreeDB shut down, which is a bit weird that, crucial components of their tools were no longer working, and it took them weeks to actually get on top of it. So it's odd, but all right. So there was an article not too long ago that talked about how music streaming during the pandemic is thriving. People are doing a lot of streaming. It's keeping them sane. So there's money flowing in. And that's also perfect for us because music streaming and other companies that are working on streaming sort of things are our bread and butter, right? So that's fantastic. Hopefully we can maintain our income by focusing on that and hoping that our live music friends will come back at some point. So the online business in general hasn't changed much. We even had one customer who was never actually publicly our customer. And they're signing back up. And so hopefully we'll actually have a new unicorn customer before the year is out, which is stunning to be able to sign a unicorn during pandemic times, right? That's a unicorn to be $1,500 a month. And I think we've more or less offset one unicorn by a couple of CD companies coming in and the demise of FreeDB. So we're able to mitigate that somewhat. So my hope is that by the time the year's out, we'll be back to where we were at the beginning of the year. And if we manage that, that's luck, that's perseverance, that's fucking awesome. That's all it is. So the basic bottom line is so far so good. I promise to continue focusing on saving money, and I promise to stay alert. You guys may have heard me talk about, very much worried about what's happening in the United States at the moment. I've already started to work on moving money out of the United States in order to put it in a European bank account denominated in euros. So if something happens to the US dollar, most of our obligations are to be paid in euros. So it's important for us to actually have these have this money in Europe. So we'll still keep money in the US. So we're hedging our bets, but I'm going to try and hold as much money in the EU as that's proportional to our obligations. So I'm going to be moving some more money in the next few days, and I'm just basically trying to pay attention to what's happening in the world without going absolutely crazy, and that keeps getting a greater challenge and so forth. So the upshot and the conclusion of all of this is that we've had a really good year as far as getting things done. We've had a surprisingly good year as far as money is concerned. So team, we're in a good position. Focus on getting some work done. Focus on making the best of this, because I know that when I'm hacking on ListenBrainz, getting things done, I feel good. And that's almost one of the few times in this entire time that I actually feel really good about things. So hopefully, some of you share this sort of enthusiasm as well, because that's what's keeping me sane and mental at the moment. That's it. If you have questions, I'm happy to take them.
Not a question. This is more a comment than a question.
What's your comment?
No, thanks, Rob, for all that you do to make us able to sit down and do stuff and get paid for it. That's really good.
Yeah,
That's one.
To kind of give a little bit of context to also this, Alistair, Monkey, and I were eating lunch a couple of days ago, and I was musing about the fact that I was actually hoping that Zaz would be here as well for this particular conversation. I was just mentioning that, I had just recently turned 50, and as such, I'm looking, need to be a little bit more aware of your own mortality when, the big 5-0 comes rolling around. And I was really kind of hoping to have a conversation with Alistair and Monkey and Zaz as far as like coming up with an emergency transition plan, right? So there's multiple things that need to happen. So, the keys to the technical kingdom would need to be taken over by Zaz. Somebody would need to be able to take over the keys of the financial kingdom temporarily while a replacement is found. And Monkey's gone. You see that? Monkey's gone. Both Alistair and Monkey basically said, like, yeah, we want none of this. We want none of the shit that you deal with, right? So, and, I've tried many times to try and actually get our bus factor above 1, but, oh, for fuck's sake, this is, I think it's all, linked to my insanity. The things that I do for this organization, most of the sane people wouldn't do. So that's my form of insanity. So I'll continue to think about it so that there can be, some sort of transition plan developed in the next year or so that is more concrete than, sort of like hiding behind, Monkey hiding behind his desk. So we'll see. Any other questions or comments?
Is it worth trying to find someone to like do the financial stuff while you focus on like doing things that you actually like to do?
Yeah, the finances is that's kind of the least of the worries, because that's actually the easiest thing to hire somebody for. It's the business dev and the other things, and sort of leading the charge. Those are the harder things to do. So, I mean, if I go away for whatever reason, hiring a bookkeeper to do more of the month-to-month accounting, that's the easiest thing to solve, unfortunately.
Okay.
Any other questions? Right. Back to Faiso. Thank you.
Just a comment again, not a question, but it's been really nice to see all the productive stuff that's been happening in the MetaBrainz project. Despite it being a particularly hard year for people, it's been really good to see team spirit and just improvements all over. That's a really good way to deal with a shitty deal hand.
Yep. In general, I think the open source world is probably one of the winners of this entire pandemic, because, wait, I'm supposed to stay at home and not leave? Wait, I've been practicing for this my entire life. Let's go. So I don't know. For me, it just kind of works. So, right. Okay, Faiso, back to you.
Yep.
Also, hi Rio.
Yeah, welcome Rio. Rio has
Hi.
made it to
Sorry,
the meeting
was
now.
a bit late. We were pressing some apples for a bit too long, but I'm back.
Yeah, welcome. I think there were no questions, and we're not even at 2 o'clock yet. So I say we just continue with the next state of MusicBrainz, unless there are any major objections. Which I see thumbs up and I see nodding, and I don't see any objections. So I guess Michael, take it away.
Yes, hello. I am here. Hello, I'm Michael, or Bitmap on IRC. I'm one of the 3 main developers for MusicBrainz project, so I'll be summarizing what we've been up to for the past year. Firstly, I'll start off by saying the health of the project is good in my eyes. We still have 3 contractors. I feel like we've been getting more outside contributions lately too. The number of active editors and voters is slightly higher than it was a year ago. So I'm sure this is due to people having more indoor time during quarantine. Zas actually linked me to the rate of change graph for release editions recently, and those have risen noticeably as well. But as far as the community goes, there's still a lot of people helping us test changes and reporting issues on Jira, which I'm very appreciative of. It's good to see activity on the uptick. Onward to actual stuff we did last year, though. There are a lot of good improvements, but if I had to summarize the big ticket items, it'd definitely be, for one, the upgrade to Postgres 12, which technically affected most of our projects, but required a lot of MB specific changes. 2 would be the release of the MusicBrainz Docker Compose project with Solar Search built in. And 3 would be the conversion of a lot more templates to React. This list isn't nearly exhaustive or anything, but I'm just summarizing the biggest achievements in terms of technicals or number of changes. Just to expand on those a bit. The Postgres 12 upgrade happened back in May, and we did that in lieu of a schema change. But this was a necessary change for us because we'd been stuck on Postgres 9.5 for almost 4 years, I think. And 9.5 is being end of life this February. And also being on version 12 allows us to make use of all the more advanced features they've released in the last 5 years. I think partitioning is something we'll want to investigate for some of our larger edit tables. But as far as the upgrade was concerned, it required a lot of testing and documentation. I had to fix some critical extensions we use, like dbmirror, which we use to generate replication packets and make sure it compiled against Postgres 12. But we're actually also able to drop some extensions, specifically the unaccent and collate extensions we've had for ages, and replace those with functionality that's built into Postgres. And this was good because it now allows people to install MusicBrainz in places like AWS where custom extensions aren't allowed. So overall, I was very happy with how smoothly the upgrade went. I don't recall anyone reporting any issues with the upgrade scripts either. So it went very smoothly. The second big ticket item I mentioned was the official release of the revamped MusicBrainz Docker Compose project, which Yvonne took the lead on. Basically, we now just have a dead simple way for people to just spin up a MusicBrainz server instance for their own use. And this replaces our older, more hefty virtual machine that people have had to use in the past. The major change this time around, though, is that the Docker setup now includes a Solr-based search server. So you can make search queries against your local MusicBrainz mirror rather than have it point to our production servers where the indexes would be out of sync or you'd be rate limited. But what's also cool is that Yvonne worked on publishing compressed search server indexes to our FTP server. So if you don't have enough resources for live search indexing, you can simply download the indexes from FTP and still get a usable search server locally. And from what I can tell, quite a lot of people are using this. Unfortunately, the search parts do require a lot more resources than we like right now. But I think that's something we'll focus on improving this year as we get more Python eyes on the search indexer. The third big ticket item I mentioned a while ago was the React conversions. So if you were at the last few summits, you'll know we've been converting all of our old Perl templates to React, and this is something we've been doing in the background for a few years now. This year, our biggest leap was probably in converting the edit details templates, some of which Sino worked on as part of his GSOC project last year, but the majority of that work has been done by Rayo Servak. I'm sure he can tell you what a mess the edit details pages were because they have so many historical quirks. But yeah, we only have about 11K lines of template toolkit code left. But quite a bit of that has been converted already, just not deleted yet. And we're also trying not to complete all this at the expense of other tickets that need doing. As much as we'd like to be done with it, at the same time, we're trying to focus on other things that are needing attention or affecting editors. So we don't give the appearance of MB development as at a standstill or anything like during NGS. But other than those three major projects, we've honestly made a ton of small improvements. Probably too many to mention, but just to quote some stats I looked up beforehand, since last October, we've had over 500 pull requests opened between 26 different people. Although I think more than half of those are from Rayo Servak, who's been churning them out like crazy. Almost 500 tickets marked as resolved in Jira. So yeah, there's been a lot of focus on bug fixes, quality of life improvements, and small features that are easy to implement, just but make the site a lot less painful to use when you add them all up. With a high focus on stability, of course. There are a ton of other small things I could mention. We made some good security improvements to our forms and OAuth endpoints recently. Some noticeable performance improvements on certain pages, a lot of new reports for editors to help them narrow down which edits to vote on. We have a new voting reports page for that. We also added account admin tools to help Frazo deal with sock puppets. I'm just skimming a list of the bigger changes I have here, so I won't bore you with every single one, but there's been a ton of good progress on quality of life issues that have had a big impact. As far as what's to come, I think our priorities haven't changed much since last year. We're definitely going to continue focusing on resolving old tickets and getting improvements in that don't depend on any major redesign first, then finishing moving edit pages to React, and finally implement the UI for old schema change tickets. We're also starting to get some help on the search server from Lucifer, aka AMCAP, who's lately been working on resolving discrepancies there with the MusicBrainz web service and migrating things to Java 11. So we're thankful to Lucifer for that. Other than that, we have plenty of other big projects in the pipeline keeping us busy, like SpamBrainz integration, JSON dumps improvements, and web service improvements, etc. Definitely all good improvements to look forward to. So yeah, I think that about summarizes the past year. Hopefully that was interesting. Thank you for listening.
Let me chime in a little bit here. So yeah, first of all, so thank you for that excellent summary. And I wanted to particularly thank you, Bitmap, for leading the project and hearing you talk about these priorities and what you've been up to and so forth. It sounds perfect. Your focus is in the right place. I've really enjoyed seeing more cohesion in the team, more teamwork, more pull requests. You guys are doing a fantastic job. So please keep it up. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more thing I wanted to mention as well. So this is something that Christine has worked on. And so as we're going through ListenBrainz data and we're calculating statistics and recommendations, we are noticing we now for the first time have this ability to see holes in the MusicBrainz data. We can see that this data is missing out of MusicBrainz. This artist is missing this area and so forth. And this stuff is being recorded on in Lemmy in a separate schema, in a separate database table. Right now, it's still a bit buggy. There's a lot of, the data isn't quite good yet, but soon we're going to get to the point where that is going to drastically improve. And I think we're going to be, Ishan's work on the artist origin graphs, I think is going to bring a little bit more of a focus on making sure that all artists have good artist origins. So this is the kind of thing that I started talking about maybe 5 years ago, where we're trying to integrate the brains, right? And it's been difficult traditionally for MusicBrainz to see where the holes in the data are, because the holes are hard to see, right? So we're surfacing some of this data that we're seeing is like, okay, if we patch this, then our feature in ListenBrainz is going to be better. So one thing that I'd like to talk about more, both in the summit and to also put this bit on the roadmap, is for the MusicBrainz team to work with other teams, in particular the ListenBrainz team, to take in some of this data and figure out how we can make it so that people are coming from ListenBrainz who's like, hey, wait a minute, how come my artist graph report isn't as good as it could be, right? And then channel people in from this sort of motivation to MusicBrainz, and then have people come in and be editors on MusicBrainz and enter this type of information. So this is, a long-winded, another 5-year sort of plan of bringing more people into the MusicBrainz project, because that's traditionally been a bit challenging to us, and we've all felt that there weren't enough editors. So by having this data that we're collecting, we're actually in a position to highlight this as people are coming into ListenBrainz. A portion of them we will be able to feed off over to MusicBrainz to help us fix some of these things. So I'm excited by that, and I'm always encouraging the ListenBrainz team to continue doing that, to continue whenever there's discrepancy or we find that there's data missing in ListenBrainz, in MusicBrainz, that we can shove people over to MusicBrainz to help enter this, and then hopefully we can see a more significant uptick in user contributions, community contributions, and that sort of stuff. So I think that's exciting. Thanks.
All right. No further comments, questions for Bitmap? I don't see anything on ISC either. All right, I guess we move on to the next one then, unless people need to have a quick break. to get up and stretch. We have been sitting here for an hour now, well, most of us, except for Rio.
Sorry.
So maybe just take like 3 minutes to get up and move your body, get something to drink, have some chocolate, and then I'll see you at.
To say.
And then I'll see you at 2:15,
Yeah.
and we'll continue with Listen Brains, State of Listen Brains. Does that sound okay to people? All right. I'll see you in a bit.
Is everyone offline? Oh.
Not offline. We're just taking a break and getting up to. Not offline. We're just taking a break to get up and get some. Where even is my water bottle? It's probably in the kitchen. So yeah, getting up to get snacks and drinks and stuff. And I'm guessing that people just turn off their videos while they're not sitting in front of their computer. That's what I'm doing anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna go and do stuff now.
Off the record, this is a Lego cup, oversized. You might think I'm a Lego nut, but you are right. I am.
She's like, but now I don't want to stay here.
Kat says hi. Well, she doesn't really say anything, but she's here.
Yeah, she's like the perfect white cat, and like Blofeld in James Bond, right? Always had a white cat, so it's perfect for you.
What?
Explanations.
No.
Well, she decided she doesn't feel like being on camera anymore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some food ordered. I'll be back in a bit.
Hey, Alistair, your house suddenly looks bigger than it looked from the outside.
It's a lot bigger on the inside now. Yeah, for sure.
Surprising. Which is funny because your real house is also now bigger on the inside.
So is it Param that is going to talk about Listen Brains?
Yep.
So I guess whenever Param is back, we can continue.
I'm back. I'm just happy to start if you want.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll just wait for Rob, maybe.
All right. I mean, I
Unless
did
he's
say a quarter past,
He's
and it's
there.
17, 18 past now. Oh, there he is.
Okay. Hey. Let me just start sharing my screen. Okay. I assume you guys can see Firefox. If you can't, just like tell me. I'll just start. So, hey. So I guess welcome to Listen Brains. I just wanted to start with a few personal things. So I guess I have not been a contractor for MetaBrainz for the last 1 year, but I have been working on Listen Brains, so that has been nice. In order to like start this up, I pulled up archive page from this exact date last night so that we could have some numbers to see like actual progress. So we had 7,442 users this time last year. We have around 11,280 users today, which is like an increase of 3,000 people. Nice to see. We had around 280 million listens, and today we have 370. This was actually higher before Rob actually deleted like a bunch of bad listens, so that screwed up my metrics a bit. But overall, I think like there's a 51% growth in our users and a 32% growth in our like listens, which is very nice to see. um, Other than that, another interesting stat that I wanted to point out was that if we calculate the average listens per day that we're getting based on these numbers, that it counts up to around 250k listens per day on average, which is okay. Like it's definitely not small, but it's definitely not very big either. We have had days like where we've had like millions of listens per day, but we don't really know the sources of that. In terms of code changes, yeah. Just let me scroll up. We've definitely started pushing more stuff into production in the last year. I pulled up these stats. We've done around 72 releases in the last 52 weeks, which means like more than one release a week. And we have deployed a total of 1,271 commits in the last year. So that's a lot. Thank you everyone for your contributions and for all your work. It's been pretty awesome to see. Cool. So other than that, I wanted to just like start with some user feedback that we've gotten on Twitter over the last few weeks or over the last year. So this one was actually pretty interesting. Listen Brains has started coming together in 2020, which is probably not a sentence people say about things in 2020. So yeah, that was fun. Just started using Listen Brains. Perhaps my favorite chart is the artist orange chart. Can't wait to color the world brown. But yeah, looks like people do like us now. This was another interesting thing that I thought was like worth mentioning, just like to point out interesting users of Listen Brains. There's this person who just like put his who just created a graph for themselves using like Splunk. So they query our API, they put that data into Splunk. Splunk is like a logging utility. It just monitors logs and things. So yeah, that was interesting and a fun thing to watch. I'll just, and now we can just like get started with the things that we have shipped. So we started with a small release in March, which basically set up our entire pipeline for generating user statistics and like moving that live. So this was like huge work. It basically took like years, at least a year for us to do, and so it was nice to ship that. After that, after that we had a huge migration to timescale DB. Thank you, Rob, for taking that on. It was it's opened a lot of opportunities for actual feature development. Influx was quite a pain in the ass for that, but yeah, that's been nice. Then we started with GSOC. We had two GSOC students this year, Ishan and Shivam. It has been nice to ship their features into production as quickly as possible. So I'll just go through the tweets one by one, and we can see how we progressed. So the first thing that we basically shipped was adding time ranges to our top artist stats. Before this, we only just like showed a graph that was like your top artists of all time, and it didn't really look very good either. So Ishan started with that. He converted it into React, added more ranges into it the last week, month, and year. I don't have a photo of it here, but I guess people have seen it already. Then we just kept going, and we added graphs for top recordings, top releases, things like that. That was fun. And then we actually started with the reports page, which has a bunch of shiny graphs, but this was the first one that we started with. It is the listening activity graph. You can just compare how much you were listening to music this year to last year, this month to last month, and things like that. And the thing that was interesting was like it points out how COVID has affected us. Like May last month, I wasn't listening to much. May this month, that's not the same. But yeah, um, after that we did some stuff around daily activity, which is basically a heat map of when you listen to music to, which was also nice. We got some good feedback on that. Like people liked it. Hey, this is awesome. Loving the recent improvements. And then we finished off Ishan's GSOC with this graph, which is probably the best that we did. Um, this is basically just a graph that uses MusicBrainz data to map your artists into a world map and show how geographically diverse your listening habits are. It was like really fun, and it set up a basic framework for us to use MusicBrainz more. So yeah, thank you to everyone who contributed to these things. Other than that, we added some features to help users like manage their listens more better, I guess. So this is a feature where you can like love or hate your listens, which should be helpful in the recommendation stuff. We'll see. It's still a bit in development, to be honest. So yeah, but it's nice to actually give feedback on songs. And another thing that we did was like this was like really important for our users. I'd heard of people asking for this particular feature for a long time, and it was enabled by timescale. So now you can just delete individual listens from your listening history, which is like very nice if people want to do it. And just a few weeks ago, we shipped a recommendation engine. Well, the first version of a recommendation engine. Basically, we shipped a bunch of tracks that people might like. It's been nice to have feedback on that and see that growing. Thank you everyone for contributing there. So I think that's the extent of all that we shipped. There is a bunch of stuff that we still have in progress that I think we could talk about once. So the first thing is some social features. We're working on allowing people to follow or unfollow or like people other listen brains users, which should be helpful for music discovery. We're working on our feed page, which is basically just like a feed of what people you're following are listening to, which is again like helpful for music discovery. And we're working on a version of this, uh, basically a patron page, just to allow people to like donate to us, because right now there's no real way for anyone to actually support Listen Brains financially or anything. So we're working on this, and yeah. Other than that, we are working on a lot of other stuff like improving recommendations, which I guess we'll talk about in a separate session this summit. We are working on better metrics. Like I think like having better numbers would help us improve what we work on and like prioritize things in a better manner. So yeah, this is something that I'd like to see. And we are working on sending an yearly report kind of thing, just like Spotify does at the end of the year. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so there is a lot of stuff still in progress. So what we've learned, I guess we'll go to what we've learned in the last year. And the biggest thing that I think that we have learned is that our the changes that we made to our release process. So before like if we were talking about Listen Brains last year, we had a few problems with our release process where like things that weren't actually ready got merged into master, and they would block releases of other features. And basically we wouldn't release anything for like 3 months, and then we'd have a huge release with like hundreds of pull requests to into production. So that was stressful. It made like deploys more stressful. It basically it basically didn't give anyone an incentive to actually release stuff. So in order to fix that, what we've done is that we've made a policy that anything that is in master should be deployable into production as soon as it gets merged. So yeah, it has been very helpful. It's fixed a lot of our problems, and it has helped us. Like ship our GSOC contributions and everything into production as soon as they get merged, which has been really helpful with getting feedback from users, get fixing like small bugs and things like that. So yeah, that is one of the biggest things we've learned. Another thing that I've started doing in order to make sure that like things don't get blocked is basically stopping basically making some things available that are in development available only to developers. Like for example, if we go to the feed page back here, it is under construction, right? So we don't want to show it to anyone, but I still do want to merge it into master. So what I have been doing is basically like feature flagging it, in the sense that the flag is off, so the feature isn't available to other users and things like that. So yeah, interesting learnings. It's been fun to see all that. Yeah, I don't really have much else, but I'd like to thank a few people who have been like very helpful over the last year and have helped drive Listen Brains contributions a lot. So the first person that I'd like to thank is Ishan, who was a great, like probably one of the best GSOC students that we've had in our history. Shivam was also very helpful. Thank you for all the designs. They have been pretty amazing, and we definitely need more design input in all the places. Like really. Thank you, Vanshika, for working on all the recommendation stuff and being so just great at it. Thank you, Rob, for all your work just in the background helping us and with the actual projects. It has been very nice. Thank you, Monkey. Monkey's work on Brains Player has been pretty amazing to see. Like it's been very nice. The amount of improvements that we've seen in there has been like really nice. And in the end, thank you, Alistair. Alistair's input everywhere is very helpful, and he's working on this pull request, which I want to use as soon as possible. So yeah, yeah, I don't really have much else. I have all these links that I opened in a paper doc if people want to see that. But yeah, that's mostly it. I'm happy to take any questions that anyone has, or just like that's all I had, and I'm happy to take questions now if anyone has any.
More of a comment than a question, but again, MetaBrainz has been super exciting. The development over the past year is personally the one that got me the most excited, and I think it's turning into a really nice project and a really nice user-facing website, which it wasn't a year ago, which is great. It's really great to see.
Yeah, agreed. I think we made like really good progress in like prioritizing user-facing things this year. For example, like we got some feedback on Hacker News, which basically said that we didn't. Let me just pull it up. So someone on Hacker News basically commented that they came to the site, they didn't know what the site did because like it doesn't really say anything on what the site does. So we have been focusing on things like that a lot, and that's been really, really nice to see. So yeah, agreed.
I wanted to thank you, Param, for bringing a bit of a fresh perspective into MetaBrainz and bringing the new release process in. It's changed my attitude on how to do releases, and I find it super exciting to do all these releases all the time and to constantly see new things being pushed out. So that's been really fantastic. I kind of wish that maybe we could have a connector between the release drafter bot and a blog post so that we can do a little bit more publicity around the frequent releases we have. But that's neither here nor there. We can improve on those things. So thank you for spearheading MetaBrainz and also doing all the prioritization and moving on and being a fantastic GSOC mentor. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. In terms of like actual blog posts for every release, I'm a bit hesitant to like do that because a lot of our releases, they're like very small changes that don't actually change anything on the user side. So
I see where you're coming from with that, but our blog doesn't get a lot of posts, and then even these little releases still basically convey an idea that something is happening. And even if you do 2 or 3 releases every week, that wouldn't be spamming our blog. So I think especially the MetaBrainz project could benefit from more visibility that we're constantly doing things, right? So it's actually less about the content that's in the blog post, just seeing that the blog posts are there. So I would really like to see those blog posts. So that hesitation, don't worry about it. If there comes a point in time when all of our projects are doing 3 releases per week and the blog just gets spammed with that, and let's revisit, right? But for now, I think it's important for us to demonstrate that there is activity, and there is oodles of activity. So let's show the world.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see.
I agree with that sentiment for what it's worth.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I'll stop sharing. I don't have anything else, but I'm still happy to take any other comments or questions if anyone has any. Okay, guess not. Yeah, back to you, Freso. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you for that. So we have Critique Brains, Book Brains, Acoustic Brains, and Community coming up. Critique Brains, who is that?
I guess that's me.
All right. Well, take it away, Alistair.
Well, so I can do Critique Brains and Acoustic Brains one after another, and then it might be break time, or we can do whatever.
Wow, what happened, Alistair? You look a lot smarter now.
Yeah. I was thinking that people aren't aware about how smart I am and how much I read, and Zoom's really struggling with your player background, Rob.
Yeah, it's having a hard time. I'm kind of enjoying it. I think the background that's behind me is not helping. This
right.
Here you can see.
I think I think it's your hair color that's confusing the thing.
As usual in my life, I'm not helping.
Cool. I'm not organized enough to have slides or even browser tabs, but I wrote some notes, and so let's see what happens. Critique brains. So this I'll prefix with sort of a. No, that doesn't work. I'll prefix with sort of a. This isn't my project disclaimer, and just say that just to start off, perhaps, which if I had started with State of Acoustic Brains, it might have been easier. So I now work part-time for MetaBrainz Foundation, which means that Rob can order me around and tell me to do stuff.
It's not working so well yet.
No, it really isn't. It really isn't. I've been inoculated against his talking after being exposed to him for so many years. Anyway, so what that means is we realized a few months ago that there were a number of security tickets open on Critique Brains. We had some reports from GitHub bots saying that there were some bits of software that needed to be upgraded. So we took a look into that, and sort of the illusion fell apart around us, and we were sort of had a bit of a deep look into where Critique Brains was at the moment. Its current state about a month ago was that between the beginning of 2020 and September, there had been about 6 reviews posted on Critique Brains. The majority of those were just star ratings. So I think 1 or 2 people had actually written a review. So it's sort of clear that in comparison to many of the other projects, there's not a lot of active users on Critique Brains. So it sort of came up with a question of, well, what's next? You know, should we say that Critique Brains, we tried it and it didn't work and we should shut it down, or should we try and get some help on it? And we had a couple of discussions, posted some things to the forums, and the sort of impression we get from that is that people like the idea of Critique Brains. People think that it has a good future, that there's something that, you know, we can use it for in the future. People like the idea of being able to write reviews. Whether or not they actually do that, that's another question. So we sort of decided to give Critique Brains a bit of a reprieve, saying, let's see if we can get some interest drummed up. And if that interest continues, then we'll continue maintaining it. And if that interest sort of doesn't appear, then we'll look into either putting it into a read-only mode so that the reviews are still visible, or we'll shut it down. It turns out that talking about the problem makes people do stuff. And so certainly noticed in the last month, we've had tens of reviews added to Critique Brains. We noticed, Rio noticed that there used to be a Critique Brains link on the Music Brains site, but that disappeared due to changes that happened in the Critique Brains API. That has been fixed again. I've had a little bit of feedback from people indicating that they're interested in helping to promote Critique Brains and encourage people to write reviews. Lucifer has come on board on Critique Brains as well. He seems to be doing a bit of everything, which is great. And he's really helped in cleaning up a lot of the recent work. So there was a lot of CritiqueBrainz work that happened over the last 2 years in Summer of Code, and none of that was completely released into production. So sort of taking some cues from Bram's work in ListenBrainz, trying to get some releases of CritiqueBrainz out, and get those features in front of people to make them useful. So thanks a lot to Lucifer for working really hard and really quickly, and being really responsive on those. We have a release ready to put onto the main CritiqueBrainz site. We should make some noise about that and see if this interest, this always happens, right? You tell people act quick or something's going to go away, and people act, but they don't necessarily continue acting. So I think certainly from our discussions in the last few weeks, when Rob and I brought it up at the general meeting, at the meeting about a month ago, the universal response was, we need CritiqueBrainz. And so the question now is, well, if we need CritiqueBrainz, then show us that you're using CritiqueBrainz and that it's useful. So as I said, hopefully in the next week or so, we're going to get a major release out, which has a lot of support for reviewing much more entities from MusicBrainz, for text reviews and for ratings. We have a lot of ideas, people making comments about things that prevent them from using it more regularly. So if we have this continued interest, then we will spend some time prioritizing these and trying to get some features out. I'm looking at my notes. That's about all I have. Open to any questions that people have.
Okay. One comment I would like to make is that I am kind of skeptical even now about MusicBrainz, CritiqueBrainz connection, but I suspect that that books are actually something that is more likely to get reviewed in that way that as music is. So in that sense, yeah, I would like to not rush into killing it, even if this push now doesn't work, until we have seen that a BookBrainz push also doesn't work. And if we see both those fail, then I would consider again, like maybe it's not like working or whatever.
One big concern with BookBrainz integration, and you're right that's one of the big things that comes up every time we ask, what do you need in CritiqueBrainz to make it useful or so that you would use it, and BookBrainz comes up a lot. One issue with that is that over the last 2 years, CritiqueBrainz Summer of Code projects have been involved in connecting CritiqueBrainz and MusicBrainz more directly, using direct database access to a replica or to the MusicBrainz read replica, which is good because it's made CritiqueBrainz faster and more responsive, but it also means that integration into BookBrainz is going to be a real task. It's not as simple as, oh, we want to add the ability to review artists on MusicBrainz. That's a relatively small development task. But to say, okay, we want to be able to review books and authors, that's a huge task, and it's effectively, an exact copy of CritiqueBrainz, but with access to BookBrainz instead of MusicBrainz. So while I agree with the sentiment, I would be very, very careful about putting development work towards it without sort of the 100% guarantee that it's going to be useful and used and actively used.
I would like to say that I can 100% guarantee that if you put BookBrainz in there, I will review books. I can guarantee you.
I have no doubt personally that that it will be useful. Certainly, it's something that users are used to in terms of any book related websites, and I suppose book reviews are also maybe more accessible. People have more time to read the book, so they have more time to form an opinion and all that on subjects that are a little bit easier to talk about. And I definitely think it would not be time lost at all, and on the contrary, might drive the number of reviews up quite significantly. One of the discussion topics I proposed is about how to go about integrating with other brainses. And that means as well MusicBrainz as well as BookBrainz. But I definitely think it would not be lost at all.
I mean, if we feel like that, then once BookBrainz is more or less ready to launch properly, I would say that we should take, like, let's say a week of proper working on it together. Like, I can try to help because I might try to help with the database side a bit too. You can work on it. Maybe Alastair has some time. Like, I agree that it's the kind of thing that if we do it, we have to do it properly. In the sense that, I mean, there's no point like starting it as okay, let's start it now and leave it as a summer of code project or something, because then it will be half done for 2 years and we would never get to it. But if we decide that we want to do it, then we have to like set a reasonably big team, same as you've done those like short, like 1 week or 2 week book, like ListenBrainz like sprints. I would do the same for that. But yeah, for that we need to decide that, you know, it's worth of us putting like significant developer money and wages into this. I feel it probably is, but I mean, depends on like, I would also wonder, like, depends on how BookBrainz is being like received, or whether we feel it's like MVP kind of requirement for like a proper push of BookBrainz, or how we see all of this.
So let's move this to a 30-minute discussion slot then,
Okay.
and see what we come up with.
Yeah, my take on this is that I think this sort of integrating the brains should be a duty for every single project, right? Everyone should be putting a little bit of energy forth towards making this happen, because I feel, especially from the ListenBrainz perspective, we're in a position where bringing people in from ListenBrainz to MusicBrainz is quite useful. And one of the things that we kind of quietly dropped, but Rio, Monkey, and myself, we should try and, you know, the next couple of weeks actually go back to the idea of making MusicBrainz albums playable on Spotify, because we now have that capability, and I think that's an amazing capability to be able to surface to users. Even if the first step is just a bit of a hack, let's go do that, because that can be a kickoff sort of demonstration piece on what we're trying to accomplish by integrating the brainses.
And let's face it, it would be a dream to have MusicBrainz be playable.
I mean, like, I'm not sure how much time I have or don't have for this in the near future, but I'm certainly interested in doing more of it in any case. And like, not only about like making it listenable with like a player, but also ideally we could look at what ListenBrainz like things we can kind of integrate into MusicBrainz more visibly. Like, we could have even in the sidebar, like the same as we have now for AcousticBrainz, thanks to Lujin. Thanks, Lujin. I know you're watching. We could also have like something like that which says, you know, it listened X times in ListenBrainz last week or whatever. All those sorts of small details that just give people like an idea. I mean, we can talk about it later more detailedly in like a breakout session or in a 30-minute session or whatever. But I think there's plenty of small things we can do that already would kind of like move people from one side to the other as well.
Should I continue with AcousticBrainz? Okay. Hi, I'm Alastair. I'm the developer on AcousticBrainz. if you didn't know me before. Ostensibly, this is my job at MetaBrainz, but I seem to do everything else as well, so we'll see. Current state of Acoustic Brains, I just looked at the statistics 10 minutes ago. We have 20 million tracks submitted to Acoustic Brains, 5 million unique MusicBrainz IDs. So we're 5 times bigger than the million song dataset, which is great. We don't really have statistics. If Lucifer wants to make statistics for Acoustic Brains, that'd be great. You know, it's one of those things that we've been collecting data now for 5 years, and we kind of still don't really have a good intuition into the type of content that we have. This is sort of, there are a handful of ongoing projects to kind of help with that, which I'll talk a little bit about. Yeah, it'd be really nice to see that. So I've been working as a contractor on Acoustic Brains for about the last 6 months or so. A lot of my time on that has been spent with software upgrades, small improvements. So we've certainly had a lot of open pull requests that have been open for a few years, which is a little bit embarrassing. Done a lot of small things. This year we upgraded to new versions of Node. We started using Webpack instead of Gulp for building our static assets and to sort of bring it in more into line with other Brainz projects. We had a number of open pull requests, which I've slowly been merging in, been doing some improvements to the release process to make it easier to release, for example. This year, we have also been working on 2 main Summer of Code projects. So one is the stuff that Aidan did last year in the summer for acoustic similarity. So we've been working to sort of tie up some loose ends there, optimize it. You know, it worked at the stage that he had it last year, but it was very slow, both for building the database of similarity and for performing lookups into similar recordings. I've spent a lot of work on that in the last few months, especially as a tie-in. You know, we've been talking a lot in the last few years, but even today, talking about this integration between the Brainzes. We've been getting similarity ready to a point that we can start using it in other MusicBrainz projects. The biggest project at the moment has been what Rob mentioned very briefly in his discussion about Troy, which is this framework for recommendations within the MetaBrainz ecosystem. The idea here is that similarity allows us to do some sort of basic things like, you know, give me some tracks that have a similar key or that have a similar BPM, but we can also use some of the more detailed features that we have in Acoustic Brainz to do things like give me tracks that have similar instrumentation or a similar mood or, you know, a similar feeling. So we have all of this base here now. And we can sort of start putting together a number of possible projects that allow people to explore their music collections using data that we have in Acoustic Brainz, and also just sort of explore and navigate data that is generally available in Acoustic Brainz. This year, we had Pandelis, JMP Music, working on AcousticBrainz for Summer of Code. So he was working on a new machine learning framework. So machine learning is the tools, the infrastructure that we use to be able to build what we call a data set of a particular task, so a classification task. So, for example, these are what we have listed in AcousticBrainz as high-level features. So it might be genre, or mood, or instrumentation. The idea is that we had an existing framework which has been in use since we launched AcousticBrainz, based on work that happened at the MTG research group over 10 years ago now. And what we basically found is that this tool has been holding us back. It supports Python 2 only, which has been holding us back with Python 3 upgrades in AcousticBrainz and BrainzUtils. It only supports one style of tools for building machine learning models. What we've found is in the last 10 years, there have been a number of new proposed systems and tools that give a lot better results. And we've been unable to integrate these because of the tools that we were using. So this Summer of Code project, we've now almost finished it. Hasn't quite been merged, but we have an end-to-end process now where you can build a data set. You can say, here is my data set of genre, and here are all of the rock songs, and here are all of the jazz songs, and here are all of the classical songs, ignoring the fact that genre is hard for a moment. We can build a machine learning model, and then we can take any other recording in AcousticBrainz and we can classify it. So we can ask the system, what genre do you think this recording is, or what instrumentation do you think this recording is, for example. This is going to allow us to debug our data sets and our models more easily. It's going to allow us to more easily make new data sets and to encourage people to build their own. It's going to enable us to, as I said, remove some old tools, upgrade to Python 3. So I'm really excited about that work. For sort of the future, what we're hoping to do in the next year, as we've discussed a number of times, integration into other Brainz projects is sort of a big priority. Just in the last few months, we've had integration of AcousticBrainz data into MusicBrainz. So now if you go to a recording page in MusicBrainz, if there is data submitted to AcousticBrainz and we're sort of happy with the quality of it, we will show you the BPM and the key of that recording, which is really, really great to see that data being used in some places. As I said, with this work in the machine learning framework, new machine learning framework that we've been integrating, we're going to be able to apply some of these sort of new techniques for machine learning, which I hope is going to give us better results. It's going to allow us to build models more quickly and more easily. We want to promote the data in a way that allows people to use the data. We are sort of in a position where the use of AcousticBrainz data is quite opaque at the moment. We're collecting a lot of data and we know that a lot of people are accessing this data, but we don't know exactly what they're accessing and why they're accessing it. We're interested in, for example, making dumps of just key information or dumps of just BPM information, so that you know, there are a lot of people who sort of only want to know the BPM or the key of all of their tracks that they're using for DJing or for organizing their music collection. So being sort of more directed in the types of data that we make available, I think is going to be a really strong feature that we should push this year to sort of allow us to see what direction we should be going into and what we should be providing for people. Finally, I think what's really useful, and again, something that Rob sort of mentioned briefly in passing, is that there are a lot of really interesting bits of new research coming out of both academia and industry. I think in the music conferences, the music technology conferences that I've been involved in over the last few years, very, very strong presence from companies like Spotify, Apple, and Pandora, Deezer, sort of really bringing in some interesting questions about understanding and organizing music. I know that many of them are using Acoustic Brainz data. And so one interesting thing would be to take a look at the content that they are publishing and say, well, hey, they're doing something with our data. Why aren't we doing this with our data as well? There's definitely been a push in the last few years to do more open research. So a lot of source code is available now. And in many cases, this may be as simple as you know, writing to the author of a paper or downloading the source code, reproducing the results with what we have, seeing if the results are different, seeing if we can come to any other sort of understanding, and then again making that data available for other people as well. And I think that's sort of a really valuable thing that we can do now that we have so much data. You know, we need to start deciding what to do with it and how to help people with the data that we have. That's all I have in my notes. More questions are welcome. No, I answered everyone's questions.
Well, I not really have a question, but thanks for dealing with all the confusing academic side of stuff we cannot be bothered to look at. Then you can actually, if there's anything interesting there.
So it's a really interesting way that you put it, right? And it's kind of true that there is, dare I say, a fear or a mistrust of academia that sort of comes through relatively strongly from a number of people. The host has spotlighted your video for everyone. Oh, now we're getting serious. I think it's sort of, it's really important that we keep an eye on this kind of stuff because you know, I can say every 2 or 3 months I see something either that has used data that I know exists, you know, comes from MetaBrainz, you know, whether that's ListenBrainz data, MusicBrainz data, Acoustic Brainz data. And sometimes the stuff is actually really cool. And so I would perhaps say that, yes, it's true that in many cases, academic researchers are not, academic researchers aren't particularly strong programmers, perhaps, or they're in a time crunch and they can't use all of the data, but they've collected some of the data. But the things that they're making are really cool. And if Rob has said it'd be useful to collect links to these projects, absolutely. I'll see if I can put some of these things together, because if we can sort of say, I see your hand, CatQuest, and I'll call on you when I'm finished. I think we can definitely say we go and look for something, and or you know we see what's coming up, and we say, okay, we have experience in doing this at a larger scale, or we have experience at understanding the relationship between artist credits and you know Queen and David Bowie in particular situations or whatever. Let's take what's been done and let's show how you know you can move it to the next level and promote it on our website, or you know return it back to those researchers so that they can do more stuff with it.
I'm just going to say one thing before, and let Ms. Cat speak. It's just that, I mean, I don't want you to think that I'm saying like academia is bad and I hate it. I'm just saying, like, I don't really have the time, and I expect most of us don't have the time to check everything that comes out. Right. But I think most of us would be happy to, you know, see something cool if you send it our way. And it's just like we don't have time to check everything in case we find something cool. So thanks for that part.
Directly in response to that, this is perhaps one of the benefits of having academic publications in some cases. So you know we have an academic publication for Acoustic Brains, and I'm subscribed to notifications. So when someone cites this paper, I get a notification, I get an email that says, hey, someone's doing some research with this database. So that's sort of one way of keeping in touch with it. Maybe it's worth, you know, I know that there's not a lot of interest in writing these academic papers, but getting sort of a I can see you, Rob. Getting a sort of often in academia you call it a position paper. So this is not really saying we did some research, but it's just saying, hey, there's the thing that exists. And perhaps something like that for ListenBrainz could be interesting, just to say, hey, we have ListenBrainz, it's got this data in it, we've linked it to MusicBrainz in this way, and you just put it out there. You know, we find a place that will publish it, and then that just sort of gives us a way of keeping the pulse on sort of how the stuff is used academically.
Would it make sense for us to do that once we get to a somewhat of a stopping point where we have more user-facing things, to do that for ListenBrainz and say, look, ListenBrainz now has an open recommendation engine. We invite people to come take some stuff. We invite some people to bring some stuff. We invite people to use as a test bed for their own work. Would that be the good timing for that?
I think it would be, I definitely think it would be possible to get ListenBrainz into a conference with just the data. Okay, no, but you're right. So normally for, and let's perhaps put this off for a second session, but just really briefly. Normally for a publication where you publish a data set, you publish the data set, you present the data set, and then you do something small with it. So in this case, I think you're right to say we have a data set. Here we have reproduced somebody's results on recommendation using this larger data set. And we compare it to the smaller data set and we show how much better it is. So agreed. We can definitely consider that in the next year or so.
Okay, I feel a bit bad because I interrupted and then for a short comment and then we spoke so long and then Cat never got to speak. So maybe
Cat, did you want to speak? I see you said an IRC, but we can open the floor again for you if you want. No, sorry for the this video in that.
I just wanted to say in my extremely bad window here that when the data from Acoustic Brains was integrated with the MusicBrainz, and you see every recording, and then there's all this info about from all of the things, various genres and beats per minute and all that stuff. It was really interesting. And I love seeing that and having this integration between the different things was really cool. And we want more of that. And it also creates fun things, like when you say that Rob Halford from Judas Priest's female voice, but it makes sense. But it's funny, it's interesting. And when I see people make graphs from Listen Brains and Acoustic Brains data, they put these into their theses, it's really, really, really cool that this is something that we do. I don't have the ability to do this myself. I don't research this, but reading about it and knowing that it exists and seeing the result is always something I find interesting. And I want us to highlight this on the blog and in the Twitter and such a lot more, even more than we do. Have parts in the wiki where we write down who has put such thesis and things, and look at all the people using our data. We really need to. Yeah,
I'm going to interrupt for a second to say I like that idea, and I think that if there's an app to do this, like if you say, if there is like, if we could do like something like if there's 1 or 2 articles every 3 months, for example, we could have a 3 monthly or however you call that post in the blog, which says like, these last 3 months in academia and MetaBrainz, so we could say, like, and we could kind of highlight what has been done. That would actually be really cool.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, we missed the ball on that one. There was an article in the BBC a few months ago about a study that was using Acoustic Brains data, and yeah, we should have publicized that significantly, and we didn't.
Well, we can do that.
Never too late.
No, true. So maybe we should do that. I just wanted to make a comment that that CatCat from something that CatCat said about saying that you can't help with the programming on this. The ideas are useful. So what always happens is the number of times I've been in a situation where I see the potential to link some bits of data together and sort of make an offhand comment, and someone says, "Oh, I had no idea that could be done. I had no idea that you could integrate BPM onto the MusicBrainz recording page. I had no idea that you could list the genre of a song somewhere." So ideas are amazing. We need more lists of ideas. Like we have no time to do it all, absolutely. But I'm good at going out on a tangent. Right. Sometimes something interesting comes out, and we say, Rio says, "Oh, that's easy. I know how to do that." Or Lucifer says, "Yeah, I can spend a day integrating that," and suddenly that that makes something useful for a whole bunch of other people as well. I think that's.
I hope so. I don't remember specific episodes, but I remember that has happened a few times. That always makes me very happy that my rambling can be useful.
One thing I wanted to say again is like when you were talking about making a Listen Brains article or a presentation academically, I feel that the main problem with that would be that a lot of Listen Brains is very related to MusicBrainz, and yet the most modern MusicBrainz thing on academia we have is probably written by Aaron Swartz 15 years ago. So in that sense, it would be really weird that we have no basis to cite or anything to be for more about MusicBrainz, see this. So it probably, if we want this to happen soon, then we really need to have something about MusicBrainz out soon. I am not volunteering. I don't know how to do this, but I can try to help if someone else is willing to work on this.
You're right to a certain extent. I don't think we have anything on NGS even, or relationships about how this data is used elsewhere.
We use artist credits, for example, on Listen Brains all the time, and I don't think anyone has an idea in academia there's nothing about MusicBrainz artist credits because they didn't even exist.
Right. So let's stop now and put this into a 30-minute breakout session later today. I have a number of ideas. I have ideas on conferences and workshops that it can be submitted to. So even if that means, you know, sitting down for 20 minutes and writing some keynotes, you know, you said, Rio, you said that you're open to helping. I'm certainly open to helping, especially in terms of let's say tone, like editing or finding places to publish. So happy to help with that, but let's not waste too much time right now on that discussion.
Sounds reasonable.
Frizzle, back to you.
Yeah, I was. So it has been an hour since our last break, but we only have. I think we only have 9. Wait, hold on. Gonna spotlight myself here. I think we only have the community one left for the States, so I'm thinking, and that's not gonna take extremely long, so I'm thinking that...
There's MetaBrainz as well.
Oh, we haven't done book break. Okay, then we're gonna do a quick break to 25, so we can get up and stretch, so we don't get the problems with our blood circulations. So yeah, let's meet up at 25 and we'll do BookBrainz and community, and then we'll schedule the rest of the day. Does that sound okay to people? I see thumbs ups and nods, and yep. All right, we'll see each other in 7 minutes. What just happened? What? Alright, it is now past. So I say we continue on. And Monkey is there, hiding down in the corner or down below everyone else. So Monkey, do you want to start off with BookBrainz?
Sure, absolutely. Let me see if screen sharing actually works. Can everyone see this? Okay. So yes, I'm Monkey, for those who might not know. I'm the lead developer for BookBrainz. It's been a good year. It's been a tricky year, but as Rob said earlier, productive. Yeah, the quarantine is a good way to spend some time developing new features and improving websites. There's also been this year a fairly major change in community. I'll move on to this. BookCogs, which is Discord's sister project for books, unfortunately closed at the end of August. And in preparation for this, maybe a month or so before that, we started having an influx of new users to BookBrainz. An important one, let's say. It's been a bit lonely on BookBrainz up until the summer, but the community is really picking up, which is really nice to see. It also means that for better or worse, these users have put their faith in BookBrainz, even though the website is still in beta, unfinished, missing lots of things. But it's really encouraging to see that these people selected us, partly because of the reputation of MusicBrainz and its perennity and all that. But it's really good to see. So surprisingly, the number of users hasn't increased super dramatically. As you can see, in late 2020, there's a little hump over the summer of these new BookCogs users, but not absolutely gigantic. However, these same users, the few users that came over, have been very, very, very productive. So here you have these users that signed up from this summer onwards in the top 10 editors of all time, which is good. Again, good to see. And as you can see, the amount of activity from summer onwards has really peaked in a dramatic fashion. The low peak that you see in 2018 is Google Coding, most likely, and same thing every year. There's a little peak over the winter for coding, but nothing quite like the massive increase of edits over this second half of the year. Yes, went to the Wayback Machine and had a look at, before the summer, we had, as on the top half of the screen there, the number of entities has dramatically increased. In August, there was the first time that the number of entities added in the last 30 days was more than the total number of entities that had been added up until then. So effectively doubling the amount of entities in BookBrainz. So again, these users are very, very active, and it's really nice to see. In terms of community discussion as well, there's lots of progress is being made in a variety of aspects thanks to these users. In terms of coding, this is a little representation of the number of PRs that we merged over the year. As you can see, again, a huge increase, more than twice-fold compared to last year. And as Bitmap was saying, lots of small improvements that overall really sum up to a much better user experience on the website. There's really massive improvements on the website that have been done partly right before GSOC to prospective participants that wanted to get to know BookBrainz and really did really good job. The main features that we've been working on this year, again, lots of small little tidbits and a few major ones. The merging tool, well, I'll detail all of these little by little, but the merging tool was my main big project this year. User collections is Prabal's GSOC project. The API was last year's GSOC project that was finished over the year, and the revisions and other associated pages on the website were added also by Prabal prior to GSOC. So the merging tool was missing for a long time. There was lots of duplicates in the database. It took me absolutely forever. I know we were joking 2 years ago about how it would take me 6 months. So it took a long time to get this project finished. There were a few dead ends and trackbacks and having to step away from that project for a month or two. But I got there in the end. And since it's been deployed in beginning of May, I think, there's been 209 merged entities or merged actions. Don't really have the count of merged entities. As you can see in the screen there, there's 7 or 8 of them have been merged into one. And it's really starting to make the database look a little bit less shabby. The quality is really improving, and again with these really active community members being active on the forum, there's starting to be cleanup runs where we pick something that needs to be fixed. I try to surface as much of the information about what needs fixing as possible. We still don't have reports, but they will come soon, and cleaning happens, and it's really nice. Yeah, and there's currently no feature to revert merges or revert edits. I guess they're the same, and it's the one of the main things that's missing for this project. During GSOC, Prabal did a really good job working on user collections. Again, really nice to see some user-facing features rather than just me improving things that are much less visible. And again, just in time for the arrival of the Bookhouse community who are used to having collections. So that really worked out quite well. The project is now published in production. So I encourage you all to start filling your virtual bookshelf. There's still a couple of improvements that are going to be coming on that, but it's really nicely usable. Last year's GSOC project was an API. I took on finishing the last bits that were remaining for that. And unfortunately, did not quite find the time to deploy it in production. There's still a couple of bits that I have to sort out for that, but that's definitely happening in the next few months. Another massive undertaking that's going to be really good for BookBrainz having that API. All through, I've been testing it. It's been on a test server. It's working really nicely. And the live documentations that's served alongside it makes it really easy for people to discover through the documentation and actually on the page try requests, which I find really nice. This was Prabhal's prior to GSOC's. The main thing that he did was revamp a bunch of our pages to add pagination. In particular, up until that, there was no way to see revision history of what was happening on the website other than the past 10 edits that were on the main page. So this has ensured that we can keep an eye on what's been happening, and it's already been really handy catching people doing weird edits or trying to improve the quality of the edits that are as they go through. Prabhal also added some really nifty graphs for users. He had projects to add some more, mainly site-wide. I'd like to see more, and it's starting to be really interesting to see the stats. So stay tuned for more of those. This year, one major missing one is author credits. It's currently quite complex to enter entities that should be easier to enter, and so a bit confusing. So we've been working on author credits. It's 85% there, so it should be finished pretty soon. As I said before, deploying the API to be actually used in production is at the top of the list. With the Bookhouse community closing, one direct consequence is that we'll want to import the last dumps that were made right before closing as soon as possible. And that will also, in turn, probably bring more users from Bookhouse to BookBrainz. But in any case, we really want that all that information to survive the closing. It's a shame otherwise if all that user participation goes to waste. GSOC 2018, there was a project to create a database importer. It was never fully finished, but it should provide a really helpful base to finish. There's a couple of schema changes that need to be done. There's notably no way to represent series, which is an issue. And there's ongoing, thank you, CatQuest, ongoing review of relationships and how the entities fit together. And with that, slowly we're also starting discussions for how certain entities should be entered. How do you represent translation? How do you represent who's got copyright for what, and etc. So that's also exciting and ongoing. And one of my dream goals would be to have a way to add book covers, which is currently sorely missing. So those are my main projects for this year, and we'll see how that goes. And that's it. I hope I kept it short enough. I'm gonna look at all the messages in IRC and see what questions people have. Rio, does BB have subscriptions yet? No, unfortunately not yet. But I forgot to add it. But also part of my projects I want to have finished this coming year.
One thing that the MusicBrainz is moving towards, and you might want to do as well, is don't implement a separate subscription thing to like artists or whatever or authors. Just let people subscribe to their collections. Like if they have a collection of like people, of like authors right now? If they can, then you can just use that instead. So right now we have like both. You can subscribe in MusicBrainz to like artists and I think labels and anything else, and collections. So basically for like works or changes or whatever, you just add them to a collection and then you follow the collection, and in that sense that might actually give you like, because you already have the collections, it might limit the amount of problems you have to implement that thing. So that's something else that we want to look into.
Yes, absolutely.
I would like to say my goal for the rest of the year is also to focus more on BookBrainz relations. I'm going to go and look at author edition. There was a discussion on the community where these book eggs people, they're talking about relations. We were already finding something that maybe we should do different because of them. So that so that's really interesting. And then I'm going to go for I've done work and author work. I'm going to look at I'm going to look at author edition and edition work, and after that I'm going to do the publicist ones. There's a lot of overlap in ideas, what an author can do to a work, to an edition, and what the publishers can do to edition. This copyright thing on the community, they're talking about how we might have to change something we've already added. And it's very interesting to have, speaking of these BookOx people, having them come in and say, well, we put this, and people were talking. And I'm hoping that more BookOx people, and also people from MusicBrainz and BookBrainz and everybody on YouTube or whatever, if you want to talk about books specifically, you can go to BookBrainz Devil. We have this IRC. So that's becoming a thing as well now, because we have community there. So I will work on these relations, and that's what I'm going to do on.
I'm personally really thankful because there's so much stuff to do and so little time, and I'm also working on other projects like ListenBrainz and etc. with great pleasure. But that means that I don't have as much time as I'd like to push BookBrainz along, and part of it is doing these tedious tasks and engaging the community and all that. So I'm really thankful for Katquet's help.
That's a bit.
Rio as well.
Engaging the community is a boring task. That's rude.
I didn't say boring. I said tedious.
Tedious. That's not better. And anyway, I was going to say that I mean, like, I'm not completely up to date with your style schema and all the ideas, but like I'm always available for like throwing things at me and asking questions, and like I mean I'm not like a genius on this, but I have some experience of how MusicBrainz has done things, so I'm always like happy to help with these kinds of things.
Absolutely, yeah, and to be honest, a lot of it is based on how MusicBrainz does things, so it's really helpful to have your eye on it.
Mostly, I think it's important to figure out some places MusicBrainz does things wrongly. Like, things where, if you see it from outside, you probably get the feeling, okay, this is fine, but there are some things where we actually feel like, okay, like maybe if we had done this now, we maybe would have done it in a slightly different way or things like that. That might also be interesting to talk about. So let's talk about it. Just like, if you have anything you are a bit doubtful about, let's just like both you and I mean Katkat already would ask anyway, but like just don't hesitate to ask.
Rio,
There was a question.
Is that you?
There was a question from Lujin as well on IRC. I imagine there are open data sets available elsewhere. Is it planned to have automatic imports done at one moment? The ability to import other open databases, 100% is the goal. We'll have to see about automatic importing. I'm not sure yet what the possible drawbacks could be if we prefer having that be a manual process. There's also been one editor who owns a radical anarchist library in Germany, who maybe about a year ago already asked if there was any way for them to automatically import all of their data regularly, with previous imports being kept track of, so as not to duplicate. But I assume that at some point we'll want certain users to have the possibility to do automatic imports. Yes. I hope that answers your question, Eugene.
And regarding to that, when you talk about importing book hooks, was that meant to be more of an like automatic import? Because I mean, I guess it's harder to build an importer when there's only a data dump.
Say that again, please.
So like with book hooks, you only have a data dump, right? So you cannot really build an importer like you go on the website and click import. So I guess that one at least would have to be somewhat more automatic.
I did not understand automatic import as that. What I meant by automatic import is basically, let's say Open Library has their data sets available. Maybe every month we do another import to add whatever has been added to Open Library. If we're talking about automatic import from various websites, that's definitely something I'd like to see. In particular, being able to import from Wikidata and from Open Library and stuff like that would be really awesome.
I mean, I was just thinking like I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah, like I mean, one thing is we should have importers, like user-activated importers for different things that are semi-automatic. I'm just thinking that if you want the bookbox data, that one at least is going to have to be fully automated, at least to some degree. I mean, we have to decide, do we trust this data if we do dump it all in? Because otherwise it's going to be really hard to do the semi-automatic bit when a user just chooses this yes, this no. That was my point with that.
The bookbox data is going to be imported as a whole chunk. The way that the importer has been done for BookBrainz is that there'll be a specific type of entity which will be clearly marked as imported until it is manually validated by an editor, at which point it gets moved into a proper entity. So I guess it mitigates.
Stub.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Like CD stubs on MusicBrainz. Oh, come on.
I don't think.
Yes.
Okay, I haven't used the CD stubs, but the idea is that they'll appear like all the rest of the search results, for example. So it'll be in a way already imported. It'll just be clearly marked that it's been imported automatically up until the moment where it's verified and imported by a user. Which mitigates the problems of like, do we trust the data? Do we not? We'll mark it all as not trusted until one of the editors manually does it.
Okay. I actually would like to follow at some point with you how exactly that is set up, because we might actually want to look into the same for MusicBrainz at some point, especially if that seems to be working for you guys. So like, let's talk about it at some point, because we have a problem right now where people keep talking to us, like we want to add stuff and import stuff and we want to throw data at you, but we don't really have a way to do this. So this would actually be really useful. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Any other questions?
That? No, that's a reference. Oh, never mind.
Cool.
Very quiet.
All right.
Yeah.
I just want to say welcome to Colby Dre, who has joined us in the call, but without video and without audio, as far as I can tell. But welcome. They've been joining us previous years on the YouTube chat as well. So yeah. Right. So I'm thinking that I'm gonna do my community state, and then we'll schedule the rest of the evening, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll continue with whatever schedule we end up with. So I'm gonna start talking now. So Bitmap has Michael has touched upon this a bit after this cat quest. Michael has talked about this a bit when he talked about MusicBrainz, but I just want to echo the sentiment that we have seen compared to last year, an uptick more active editors. We have around 200 more active editors per day now compared to last year. We have a tiny uptick in voters. We have up to a whopping 10 more voters per day compared to last year. So that is massive. Or yeah. We got a lot of these new people that have come in were arrived in March and in the April-May, end of April, beginning of May, which kind of coincides with Corona. But even after that, we still have around 50 new users per day compared to last year. So there has also been an effect ongoing outside of these two sparks in new users to MusicBrainz, and these numbers, this activity also carries over to the forum. Not quite as much, but we do still get more new users per week, and we have slightly higher retention. As in users that are being active and then actually continuing being active. So overall, the activity that I've been looking at is that we have more people involved. Spam is not a problem that has increased, but it's also not decreased. I think the relative amount of spam has, for me at least, it feels slightly less, but I think that's because the overall activity has gone up. So the spam gets buried a bit more. One thing that has gone up over the last year, in my experience, is the use of sock puppets and the use of additional accounts for the purpose of ban evasion when we disable accounts to make them unable to edit because they don't respect our code of conduct and they don't respect the community, and we end up disabling their account and they just make a new one to continue editing. That is definitely, I feel like that's a problem that has increased this year, and thank you so much to the developers of MusicBrainz who worked on. I think both Rio, Ivan, and Michael all worked on parts of this on the new tools to be able to track duplicate users and sock puppets. Those tools are extremely helpful in, like, it's so much easier now to keep track of these people that are continuously evading. Yeah, so a huge thank you to them. Hopefully we'll be able to get more stuff done on this, and also SpamBrainz had some activity in Google Summer of Code, and there's been ongoing activity in getting SpamBrainz actually running. So hopefully over this year or soon we'll actually be able to utilize SpamBrainz to combat the spam users we have as well. We agreed on, or we talked about a code of conduct change, and I'm coming back to that. I took that task upon me, and then I'm gonna come back to that. I'm gonna talk about Google Code. We had a really good Google Code in this year. I feel like it was one of the better ones we've had. A lot of activity and a lot of stuff got done. Why is Shivam saying no? But we've also had the news since then. Google announced a couple months ago that last year's or this winter's Google Coding was also going to be the last. So we are not going to be doing Google Coding again this year, or probably or probably future years. We'll see what the future holds in that regard. I have been meaning to talk with Rob about maybe getting us involved with what's that other Summer of Code thing called? That is not Summer of Code. Outreachy. But I have not managed to work more on that. Yeah, so there's a code of conduct change in the pipelines, and I hope to finish it very soon. This month probably. And then push that out and ask the community for input for that. And then hopefully we can get that in effect before the end of the year. Which is again targeted towards sock puppets and general account abuse of our systems. Yeah. Also, on a personal note, I had I didn't get corona, but my health got hit pretty hard in the beginning, in the early stages of the corona outbreak, which has severely taken a toll on my energy levels and things. So I have been kind of absent for a few months, which has been noticed. And yeah, I am feeling better now, and I'm also starting to. I have been getting treatment for it, and I am getting treatment for it. So it's on the up and up now, I feel, and I hope. So hopefully I will be able to resume my normal activity levels and maybe even more very soon. But yeah, I think that's what I have on community things. If anyone have Summer of Dogs, right? Summer of Dogs. I haven't looked into Summer of Dogs much. We applied for it last year, but we didn't get accepted, and I don't think anyone has worked for an application for it for this year. I think it's already underway as well, so I don't think we'll be doing Summer of Dogs this year. Maybe. Oh yeah. No. Maybe Summer of Dogs is something we'll look into again. I guess we'll see how things develop.
One thing I'd like to note is that if we can afford to do outreach, we should, because like our diversity numbers are basically non-existent, and it would be nice. And our GSOC has definitely like returned on investment a lot. Like I guess we don't have much investment in GSOC other than people, but if we can do an outreach, I would strongly recommend doing it. Like,
yeah, I've also heard from other projects that outreach just being an outreach organization alone, without considering how many people we actually take in outreach, even if we just take a single outreach student, just being a part of it alone has helped other projects to increase the diversity of their community base. So getting more women, getting more BI, POC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and getting more LGBTQIA plus people. And I think that that's definitely something that I would appreciate, at least getting more diversity in our community. So I definitely think outreach is something that we ought to look into.
So outreach means that we need to fork over several $1,000s to participate, right?
Yeah.
So given my current sort of focus on coronavirus and saving money and so forth, I would like to participate. I'd like this to happen. This sounds great, but I don't think it's a good use of our money. Now, what I would suggest we do is, what if we just put together a campaign to raise the funds for this? So basically that we go figure out a set of companies that might be willing to kick down a little bit of money, go perhaps to our constituents, our supporters, and ask them to dig a little bit so that we can actually collect that money. And then what I can do is I can just, make a kitty for that money. And once we actually have the money to go sponsor somebody to pay out upfront costs, let's do it. So if it's a zero-sum game financially for us, I'm totally game for it.
Yep, yeah.
I think part of the fallout of this year's GSOC also was a little bit more money from Google, if I remember correctly. Perhaps some of that could be added to that kitty in a way to put it back in to the mentor.
Yeah, we earned $4,500 from Google this year. Freso, do you remember how much the outreachy sponsorship was to start?
Not offhand, no.
I just have it here. It was 5,500, I think.
That sounds about right.
6,500.
6,500. Okay, I think that I like the suggestion of having some of the Summer of Code money go towards that. So I pledge that we spend half of that money, so $2,225 as a starting point. So that means we need to raise a little bit over $4,000 in order to make that happen. So I would want to see somebody be the point on this particular project, and then drive the project forward. And once we can see the end on reaching the financial goal for sponsoring somebody, then let's go participate in the next round.
And outreach also has it runs twice a year. It has it has a northern and a southern hemisphere summer, so it runs both summer and winter. So I was thinking of going for since TCI is no longer there, it means that we have the winter clear, so we don't do it on top of the GSOC. And I'm also thinking that we can start with a single project student. It runs a bit different from GSOC, but we can go over all these details later, or maybe we can do a small session later today or tomorrow where I can talk about my knowledge of it. And yeah, I'd be happy to spearhead this since I no longer have TCI to worry about. So yeah, I can definitely take charge of this one.
Maybe another thing to look into is like increasing the diversity of our GSOC batch somehow. Like maybe like talking to colleges or talking to things like that. So yeah, like I think there's like room to improve it.
I personally feel like GSOC is already helping with diversity, because before, outside of GSOC, we haven't really, and TCI as well, but outside of those, we haven't really had a lot of Indians and other Asians involved. So that demographic has increased quite a bit. We've also got a couple of amazing women involved through GSOC especially. Maybe not as many as we would like, and definitely not a 50% rate, but like even one woman unfortunately adds a lot to a relative increase in representation. So yeah, but yeah, we definitely, if we can get more outreach. But yeah, one of the problems, one of the things with GSOC is that it doesn't limit itself to minority and marginalized groups, where outreach is so a straight white cis male from a Western country is generally not applicable to apply for outreach. Like, you have to be belong to a minority or marginalized group to be applicable for applying for outreach, which is one of the reasons that like just being a part of outreach alone often leads to more minority and marginalized groups discovering the project and involving themselves in the project, even if they don't actually end up being a student of under outreach. Any other comments, questions? Did I miss anything in chat? Hey, I'm a representation. You are a representation, Cat. Yeah. So that's it for BookBrainz and community. Cat requested a break a bit before.
We should do a longer break because Monkey and I have had no food, so we'd like to fix that because the sugar high is wearing off.
Yeah. I'm also thinking that I haven't had lunch. I've had breakfast, but I haven't had lunch, and it's also veering into dinner time. Not quite yet, but without lunch, it's so I was also thinking of how much time do you need to go out and eat out, or what are your, so how?
I think half hour, 45 minutes should be sufficient.
All right, let's go for 45 minutes because that's lines up well with the 5 o'clock Central European time.
Okay.
So let's say we take a long break now, and we reconvene at 5 p.m. and yeah, get some food and get some stuff.
maybe a proposal that if topics have come up that
Right.
people want to discuss, to put them on that second tab in the spreadsheet, so that when we get back, we can sort of get straight into deciding what to talk about next.
Yeah, and also feel free to already, like, if you see this is a topic I want to get involved with, then add your name to it, so we can start also getting the count already. I have a feeling that will make the next part of the process go smoother and faster. So yeah, just is the document linked in chat? I know it was CatCat. Yeah.
If you go to the topic of IRC is the wiki page, and the wiki page links to the spreadsheet.
Right. Great. Perfect. Yeah. So I'll see you all in 44 minutes.
And welcome to RD Swift, who just arrived right on time for a break.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I don't know what time it is in the US right now. I guess it's
Too early for a Saturday.
I guess it's like 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. on the East Coast. So 7-ish in the morning on the West Coast. Yeah, and I don't know where. I think Bob lives on the West Coast. I don't remember.
Actually, it's just after 8 here.
Oh, all right. Hey Bob, how are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
All right.
Sorry I missed the earlier part. I ended up sleeping in
Yeah.
past my alarm. So.
It's all recorded on YouTube, so you can catch up on it later if you wish. So yeah. I like Monkey's AFK face. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna dip out and get some food as well. So I'm gonna mute and remove my video. But yeah, feel free to also just chat and socialize and whatnot.
I'll unmute myself then.
Yep. I'm gonna
Monkey's puff case is seriously hilarious. Yeah. Is everyone offline? Lame. Monkey!
I think you, Alistair. I think you might need to maybe call 112 or something. Maybe.
No. This is fine.
This is fine.
Oh,
No,
okay. All right. It looks like we're about the video users at least are
hey,
more.
nice T-shirt, Rob.
I like that you can kind of see like the orange part of the MetaBrainz logo, and the rest is just not there. So apart from Rob that just left, and I guess Casquest went shopping. I think most people have returned. So
I haven't.
you haven't returned. Well, I think we'll manage. So
Has
we
anybody received any T-shirts yet? Any T-shirts?
no.
I have not either.
I got my
Someone
Google
received a
Code in.
t-shirt.
I got my Google Coding T-shirt, but that was like months and months ago.
Someone was saying in IRC that they recently got T-shirts actually, but I'm not sure.
Oh.
I think, or did I misunderstood something?
No, I understood the same. It was a GSOC t-shirt though. On the subject of the Summit t-shirt, no unicorns this year. The design has been chosen to reflect the gravity of this year. When you receive your t-shirt, keep the surprise for everyone else. That's it.
I'll say the T-shirt is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and Rio's T-shirt is going to be a mind bender.
Okay.
But the nice.
Wait, now I'm confused. What Summer of Code T-shirt is this?
Yeah, you know, it's the Summer of Code T-shirt that that didn't happen. I didn't really. So now that the cat's out of the bag, I did actually order the T-shirts when it became clear that Google wasn't going to send the shirts out. Shivam, that does not mean that you're off the hook. You still have to finish the redesign.
Sure, Rob. I am working on it currently too.
Good.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hey.
Joam.
I am looking super forward to that really nice ListenBrainz interface. I think that's going to be a major improvement for users, me included.
Yeah, I'll surely work to finish it real soon. There was some problem in July, so that disturbed my timeline too much.
Who's next?
So, I think we have 8 topics on the spreadsheet, and some people have put down their names to +1 it. So we currently have 2 of them that have 3 +1s, 3 of them with 3 +1s. We have a couple that have 2, and we have a couple that have 1. So I just want to ask people to go there and jot down your name if you haven't yet. So maybe we can do that for the next 3 minutes or so. And we can review where we are at after that. Does that sound okay with people? I think it looks like Rob is talking, but he's also muted.
So I also want to give an update on where the recommendation stuff is at. I know Alistair wants to do a future recommendation stuff, but we haven't really, we didn't include the recommendation stuff in the state of ListenBrainz. So that's something that ought to, have at least 10 minutes time or so.
Maybe if that's just an update on things, maybe we can do that while people are jotting down their names.
Sure. So let's see. Obviously, I'd prefer that Vansika actually give this update because this is mostly her work it's coming to the forefront here. But she's returned to uni and to actually pick up her belongings from uni before she's completely done with that. So, maybe she'll pop in a bit later, but, we'll see. So, there's been an awful lot of talk about recommendation features that we've been working on. The core of this is the collaborative filtering engine that we've been building in Spark for quite a bit of time now. And the biggest thing around that particular task is that what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a recommendation engine, not just to work for the 1,000 people that we have now that are looking at this sort of stuff, but that we actually need to build a recommendation engine that scales and that allows us to actually build this stuff at scale. So the last year there's been an amazing amount of energy going into building an infrastructure that allows us to do big data type computations that lives in our data cluster, and the necessary coordination between the data cluster and our production facilities that are running the ListenBrainz site on Lemmy. So there's been a lot of background work to make this happen. And the good thing is that we've done a lot of this background work, and it's now actually finally coming true that we're pushing out things. As you can see in the tracks you might listen to feature in ListenBrainz that has been pushed out. Now we're still, and this is exactly what I wanted to see happen with this. It's a preview that allows us to see what is working, what is not working. And then, unfortunately Bitmap came in and said like, hey, where the fuck are my recommendations, bitches? Let me have not used those words. Right, and then we have to figure out like, okay, why isn't this working? And I'm actually really happy that we ourselves are looking at these sorts of problems, trying to figure out what problems we're having and solving them before we actually push this out for a greater review by people. And, having these kind of questions like Param asked the questions like, why does this not include listens from a different period of time? Right, so we have these pieces of feedback, at least for me, are incredibly interesting and useful, that give us an idea as far as like how we need to change our presentation of these things. I mean, that particular bit of feedback from Param made me realize that every time that we publish a particular feature of sorts that does recommendations, there needs to be a concise English sentence that describes what this thing is doing. Right, and we need to describe the window of time that the data is being taken from. We need to describe what is creating the candidate data sets. We just need to describe all of this so that when somebody comes and says, hey, what is this stuff? That they can look at it and have this one English description that says, oh, okay, this is what I'm supposed to be expecting from these things. And then as I look at it, I can understand that it either lives up or does not live up to the things that were promised. So we're in that part right now. If you have listens on ListenBrainz and you're sending your listens there, or you have the ability to import things from Last.fm, I would urge you, if you haven't already looked at those tracks, take a look at them and see what you see there, see if you find any problems with it and so forth. Now, one of the things that we're talking about and that we're working with in this particular context is that we're trying to manage users' expectations to understand that this is not a recommendation. This is not a recommendation engine. This is not a recommendation playlist. but there are individual tracks that we think you might like that then a later toolkit, this is most likely initially going to be the Troy toolkit, is going to take some of these tracks, and we're going to generate, I think, 1,000 tracks or so. And right now we're showing the top 200 most popular tracks. There's going to be algorithms that are going to have to pick and choose these tracks and merge them with other tracks and so forth based on the goal that this tool is trying to do for this particular context right now. So in some cases, you might have a slider that says, hey, I want stuff that I've already listened to, know, and love, but I'd like to have 15% of stuff that I don't know, right? So the way I envision this is that knowing some of these tracks that we've seen before, and maybe we can generate some that people have listened to before, and people that they haven't listened to before, or haven't listened to in the last 6 months, and then be able to write a tool with Troy that then actually mixes and matches these things based on some of the input that the user is giving to the recommendation engine. We so far have been taking a plan to allow users to have a lot more feedback and a lot more ability to influence the recommendation process. One of the things that frustrates us with what Spotify is doing, and most of our users and most of the team is using Spotify one way or another. So this is where our mental thinking is at, right? But still, I don't really see anybody else doing a good job of this in general. There's no feedback. There's no way for me to influence what Spotify is doing. Everything is implicit, right? They record every time I click on something, every time I skip on something, and da. And based on that, they try and work this out. We're taking a different approach to it. We want to be able to have a much more interactive approach where people can say, I don't like this, I like that, I'd like to try this. And a lot of this is, we're not building a end-all, be-all recommendation engine that is good to go. What we are building are toolkits, and these toolkits have the primary goal of drawing in developers. We want developers to turn up, to play with these things, to look at them. We'd like researchers to show up, play with them, look at them. So this is where with, they sort of work with Alistair, publicizing it towards the research community is going to be important. And the goal is to bring people in, and not only to play with ListenBrainz and recommendations, but to have people come in and look at these recommendations and see, this artist map could be a lot better if there were more artists that had proper areas associated with them, right? So something I'd like to do early next year is maybe have a cleanup month where we, in a coordinated fashion, go in and say, we're going to now this month try and try and backfill the artist information. Because if ListenBrainz can now tell us which artists we'd like to show on the map, but they don't have an area associated with it, let's make a report. And let's bring people in, in a month-long effort to actually come in and say, all right, let's go figure out what the artist areas are for these sorts of people, right? So the recommendation engine stuff isn't just one goal. It's actually like a ball of goals. It's a whole ball of wax, right? Like Alistair and I, some 5-6 years ago, said like, hey, we missed the Echo Nest and these technologies, right? We want to rebuild some of these things. And we have rebuilt some of them, and building more, integrating and importing others. I talked earlier about the aspirations to make the data useful to bring in more money as well. But also I would like to make it so that the people are coming in to participate in MusicBrainz. As we know, we need more editors, we need more voters and so forth. So this recommendation engine is not just like one or two things, but it's really comprehensive. There's a pile of goals that are all kind of like baked on top of each other, which is good. We just need now to be at a point where we're getting feedback from people as far as like, is this working? It's like we understand it's not a working system just yet, right? But hopefully we can paint a picture that this is one element of a working system, and that in due time we will weave this into a working system. But the sooner we get feedback from people, the better we can inform the direction that we're going in to improve things and to make things better. Regardless, I find this to be exciting. Pristine has really applied herself. She's gone there for a while, but has come back, put a huge amount of effort into it, and really is owning the process at the moment, and is now tweaking all the code and going through all the iterations as necessary. And I'm trying to assist her in like merging PRs and pushing them into production as quickly as possible so that we can iterate a little bit faster on this. So I find this exciting. I understand that some people might be frustrated at what they're looking at is like, well, yes, it's not quite there. But at the same time, I personally think like these lists of recommended tracks are eminently listenable when they're not intended to even be listenable. So I think that's a sign that we're moving in the right direction. Now, if at some point it can actually do a better job at recommending music to me than Zaz does, then we're going somewhere. I mean, it's actually kind of funny, but probably my 5 favorite albums on Spotify were actually recommended by Zaz from Bandcamp, which is in a lot of ways a indictment that recommendations on Spotify are not ideal, perhaps even fundamentally broken. And I wish that we could scale Zaz up to be scalable to 1 million users, but obviously not going to happen. As much as I wish we could do that, alas, no. I think I've covered things. So also want to talk about recommendation and the upcoming Troy toolkit. So the Troy toolkit is basically designed to build data pipelines. So if you wanted to take data from AcousticBrainz similarity indexes and maybe some genres and filter this stuff, so to be able to say, I would like to build a playlist with female singers from 73 to 75, that's the type of stuff that should be pretty easy to do in a Troy patch, to be able to throw that together. Right now, there's like everything you do is a mountain of work, because you have to build another element, another this and another that. But I'm hoping within a couple of weeks, Alistair and I can actually flesh out some of these things, write some documentation. Yeah, exactly you. I mean, I'm hoping, I'm trying to draw you into this, Alistair. I'm not going to hold my breath that it's going to work, but all right. So we're hoping to actually build these things, and this toolkit, as I'm working on it, I think there's an interesting ability to not only build a toolkit for recommendations, but actually build a toolkit for building data training sets that we can feed back into collaborative filtering. So I think we can build, we can use the Troy toolkit for building what I call as an example, the punk recommendation engine, right? By taking all of the recordings that are tagged with punk and then building them into a training set that we can build a machine learning model that in theory and in hopes is that I can say, it's like, well, I don't listen to a lot of punk, but like, what punk tracks do you think I might like? Right? And these things start becoming interesting and powerful. So I think Troy could be a tool that could be useful for a number of fronts. And the whole point of this is, as I was saying, there's the AcousticBrainz has some similarity indexes. ListenBrainz is increasingly, like seemingly, every week a new API was being pushed by the Summer of Code work. And, so we've got a pile of data sets that are kicking around, artist similarity. Now we have the top artists that are constantly being updated, and all of this other data that was being pushed out by Ishan over the summer. Each one of these features has an underlying API endpoint with it, which I don't think a lot of people really realize that that's what's happening, right? But we published a pile more API endpoints, and all of these endpoints are usable directly to go back into Troy, so we can actually pull these pieces of data, process them, generate a new playlist or training data set, and then once we actually have such stuff that works, and say like, this Troy patch is fantastic. This is a new feature that we'd like to expose on ListenBrainz, right? Unfortunately, if we get to that point, this is not the end of the journey, but it is unfortunately yet another beginning to start of a new journey, right? Because the things we're creating in Troy, Troy is a proving grounds, right? But the things that Troy are going to come up with are not going to be scalable, right? So the things in order to then figure out, okay, this algorithm works, we've proven that it works. Now we need to take these algorithms and we need to push them back to Spark. We need to push them back to Lemmy or something like that. We need to be able to scale all of these. They have to not only work for 1,000 users, but they need to work for 1 million users minimally, right? And that's a completely different ball of wax, right? But the effort that we're putting forth right now towards actually making this sort of stuff work, it's the working on the Spark side of things is a very slow process because Spark works very differently, and we don't have a lot of people that are super confident in it the way we do have Postgres heads, right? So having something where we can iterate a lot faster, where we have all these APIs we can use and so forth, and then create a series of working patches that we understand this is a proven algorithm. Let's take this and let's hand it over to our Spark experts so that we can actually bring this into production, bring it into scalability. That is the future of this process. And there's going to be more talk about building recommendation engine, future processes and so forth, but that's kind of what I've envisioned so far, right? And the phase that we're in right now is a phase of infinite amounts of tweaking, right? And as Alistair was saying, it's like there's a lot of bad paths that you can wander down on when you're building a recommendation engine. Right, like there's millions and millions of paths and only a few hundred produce good results, right? So, we have a lot of work to do to figure out exactly what these good paths are so that we can actually build things that are useful and useful for everyone, right? And, at the end of it, Zaz is my litmus test, right? If Zaz uses something and says like, hey, this doesn't suck, then I think we can, then we're actually ready to go push this out to the larger world, because Zaz, I think, is one of the more eclectic music listeners and therefore the diehard test case for making the user happy. So perfect. I think that covers all of the points about where we are, where we've been. Questions about this so far?
I'm a bit worried SAS is a bit too high of a litmus test. I mean, that's kind of like entering the music market by selling hardcore audiophile speakers. Like, something much less than that is going to work for a lot of people already. I mean, if we can get to SAS, that would be amazing, but I mean...
Sure.
If you can get something that recommends, Ariana Grande to someone who likes Justin Bieber, that's a good start, probably. I don't know.
All right, so maybe that goal is it's a bit lofty, but I mean, ultimately the target market are, at least initially, more or less us, right? More or less the people that are working on these sorts of tools, and we want to improve recommendations. And there are a lot of skeptics out there about recommendation engines not working at all. See our blog. The first time we mentioned that we're working on recommendation tools, there was a bunch of vitriol from people. And, it's like, I mean, I understand where this sort of negativity towards recommendation engines comes from, because, there's a lot of these engines have an inherent hidden bias, right? When that Drake album came out a couple of years ago on Spotify and Drake appeared on everybody's playlist, I'm like, I'm positive I've never listened to anything like his stuff or his stuff. There's no reason why that should have ever appeared on my playlist, right? So that was for me, it was a breach of trust in a lot of ways. So there's not a lot of trust that people have in these recommendation engines, and so that's going to be an uphill battle for us, right? So that's why we are the first customers that, if we can actually do this where we're not picking each other apart for this sucking so bad, then I think we can, then we have a chance at a later point in time turning around and getting the general public behind us doing this sort of things.
I think a really interesting thing there is, and we've seen it already with this blog post that you mentioned, and also with the forum post that we made. There have been a lot of people saying that the recommendations are bad. And I think that's a really important first piece of information to get from people. So there were some comments. There are some comments in this forum post that say, the results that I have are don't work. They're not good recommendations. I have no idea why it's recommended this to me. And I think that's a really good first piece of feedback to get, because it started the discussion on, for example, this idea of describing, what this page is actually supposed to do. To say this page is only based on your listens from the last 2 weeks, or it's based on this idea of collaborative filtering, or it's based on something else, or it's based on something else. So not necessarily saying this is a song that we know that you will like, but more explicitly saying, based on your recent listening history and what other people tend to listen to, because you listened to this particular artist more than 3 times in a single day, we're recommending you something else because other people seem to like to listen to it. And so actually forcing us to be clear about what our recommendations are and why we've done them in particular ways, I think will, in the end, provide better, more clear recommendations.
Absolutely.
I guess we don't have a way to be like, it is still like machine learning kind of thing where you don't have a way to tell exactly why someone got recommended a track, or they have that info.
There is a lot of work. I'm not particularly sure in the recommendation sphere, but in the classification side of things, there has been a lot of work in the last few years about explaining classifications. So for example, saying this is rock, or this is indie pop because of this repetitive rhythm plus this instrumentation plus whatever. I'll have a quick look into it, but my intuition is that especially collaborative filtering. Collaborative filtering is super easy to give an explanation for because it's just reversing back into the matrix where that you got the weights out of. So being able to say you are recommended this because you listen to this, and this, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting, especially because if people start getting weird shit they think they don't like, then they can be like, okay, so what is this artist they actually think I like, but I probably actually don't like it as much as I thought.
Yeah. Right. But and also there, this is something that we can talk about. What is that threshold of when our system decides that somebody likes an artist enough that it turns into something that should drive recommendations? I know, for example, Spotify, to take an example, the amount of special casing and features and algorithms to not recommend Christmas songs between January and November is huge. No, seriously. They have so much work to not recommend Christmas songs, to not recommend Disney songs. You have your kids listening to Disney songs on your Spotify account. Spotify won't recommend you Disney songs because they've basically special cased that in to say, we assume that this was your kid listening to this music. So there's a lot of sort of being very careful about how you explain things and how you make decisions and how you feed that into the recommendation system.
And to kind of frame this discussion a little bit, we are at a point where we're not refining any of that stuff yet, right? Right now, when somebody comes to us and says, these recommendations are bad, the first thing we're checking is like, is our algorithm, is our data processing pipeline fundamentally broken? And is there a bug in it? Or is it like the recommendation engine is working well? It's working correctly, but producing bad results. These are two separate problems, right? And we're not even really worried about the latter part yet, right? Because we keep every week looking at it as like, oh yeah, here's a new set of problems. There's a new set of problems, right? And then people come in and it's like, yeah, my recommendations aren't working, right? Once that tapers off, once these people are it's like, yeah, okay, so the stuff seems to be working, but I still think it sucks, right? Once we get to that point, then we can address this sucks, right? Well, there's simply going to be some people that we're never going to get to agree that recommendations are worthwhile for anything. But we're not forcing anybody to consume this stuff. We're not forcing anybody to click on these sorts of things, right? But another thing that I kind of want to talk about really briefly, and I think Pram talked a little bit about adding some of the social features into MetaBrainz. In the conversation in that, some of the social features kind of starts opening the door towards a social network. And Last.fm used to be a very good social network for music, right? But right now, everybody's got this really bad feeling about social networks because, they're basically destroying the planet. And that's not particularly nice, right? So in the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of people that have a lot of very negative associations with social networks. So we're not actually going to say the things that we're doing is like we're building a social network, and like we're really trying to use the terminology that kind of distances us from that. On top of that, there's another important element that I find that I'm going to keep my eye on, because I think there's a lot of things in that Facebook, for instance, does that are what I call breaking user trust, right? Like Facebook intentionally makes the site sticky. So you always get stuck and you always want to stay there, or like you always stay there whether you want to or not, right? And that's, for me, that's a breach of trust. So their search doesn't work well. It could work better. We know it could work better, but then people would like find the thing that they're looking for and then fuck off, right? That's not in their interest, right? So we need to be aware of how other social networks and other tools of breaking users' trust. We need to be aware of that, and then we need to make sure that we don't break our users' trust, right? And that we always have the ability for people to give feedback and opt out and those sorts of things. And then I think if we do that, then people can actually say, it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is different, right? This is, oh, I'd like to use this, right? And then maybe you can build some features that are actually really useful in the music space. Now, there's a downside, and I'm going to stop rambling here in a minute, I promise. The downside to this is something that I'm very much thinking about, is like, so I watched Last.fm grow from, literally as RJ and Russ hacking on things in a flat in London and like trying to cobble these things together, to them like making a bunch of money selling Last.fm to CBS, right? And it grew incredibly fast. And there was a lot of money that came in, VC money, a lot of views, a lot of this, a lot of that, and a lot of growing pains. We are 10 people. We cannot have 200 people show up and try and join our team, right? Because all of a sudden there's money coming in, this, that, and the other thing. So I'm trying to think of like, so what happens? Like, what if the things that we're building actually starts taking off? Right, so we're adding the features to have people sponsor MetaBrainz, right? So that you could put a little badge on there, and you get a little badge that says that you're a supporter. So it's possible that we can maintain the server costs so that the donations keep on par with the server costs, right? That's almost the easy part. The harder part is, as people come in, they all want to participate in MetaBrainz to a degree. They will participate in MetaBrainz to a degree, and by and large, we have a very polite community and a very well-working, very polite dev team at the moment, right? And having 1 million people show up that have their own ideas as to how things should be, a bunch of screaming assholes, is not good for maintaining this family feeling we've got, right? So this is something that I'm very worried about, and I'm considering possibilities. I'm just going to throw out a 30-second sketch as to one of the things I might see possible. In particular, I think it might be possible for us to build a completely separate company that might be owned by MetaBrainz, right? But that would basically take on the social network features of it. And that creates a little bit more distance between what MetaBrainz is doing, what MetaBrainz, MetaBrainz are doing, and then to create a little bit more of a distance, so that if the social network side of things either really blows up or comes crashing down, it doesn't take the MetaBrainz Foundation or our family or our like the feeling of being a smaller group of people. Those are some of the things that are on my mind. So in a lot of ways, the MetaBrainz team is playing with fire, but the fire is fun, it's to hand, it's tempting, but it could cause a lot of problems, and we need to be aware of this. And if anybody else likes to think about these sorts of things, right, if anybody else likes to think about these sorts of things and brainstorm with me, I welcome that. So But that's something that needs to be worried about, because I don't want like 100 million euros plunked into this project and then hiring 100 engineers overnight. It's like, no, that's just going to kill everything that we love. So how about we not do that? Any questions?
Is there any reason why you think this would be a situation? I get the feeling that even if you have a successful social network, even the biggest ones don't have that many employees as it sounds like, but a lot of them are also basically there for things like marketing and designing traps to get people addicted to it. Like, because if you are designing for addiction, you have to update your stuff to get people addicted once they start getting over this addiction. If you don't have that, I don't think you need such a huge amount of
absolutely
anything for it.
And moderation as well is a huge drain on such big networks, which we might not
we can
be confronted with.
We can scale Presso only so much, right? And all of that needs to be addressed and dealt with, and it's kind of an unnerving situation. And the thing is, if we actually build something that is based on these not breaking users' trust principles that I'm espousing, we may very well build something that grows out of hand much faster than we can deal with it. And we just need to be aware of that, and we need to, hopefully, I don't want to break the things that we've built, right? Because I'm proud of what we've accomplished in the last 20 years, in particular the last 10. Right, and if you also look, remember the graph that I had showed earlier, where we're just at this very flat line. We had a team of 3 people for like 8 years or something like that, right? That was just tough. That was a really, really, really tough phase in our life, right? So I think we're accomplishing a bunch of really interesting things, but the idea of somebody just like plunking down a bunch of money, and the thing is, if the industry figures out what we're doing and they like what we're seeing, they could come and want to buy us or meddle or this or that, right? There's a lot of scenarios that make me uncomfortable, and I hope that none of them will ever really come to pass. I mean, sure, I'd like a bunch of money, right? But I certainly wouldn't want to have a bunch of money with the expectation that I'm supposed to hire 100 people tomorrow, right? No, none of us want that, right? So we need to have answers for potential accidental success or accidental runaway success. So
I just want to note as well that one of the problem of a lot of the commercial social networks is also that they incentivize in the algorithm to promote negative participation, because negative participation gets stronger emotional reactions, which engage people more. And so if we don't have that, like if we don't build in these things to lock people in the same way, we might also, I'm not saying this is not a complete solution, and it's not gonna be a solution to suddenly getting 100,000 active users. But it is something that I feel like so far we are in a better position of than things like Facebook and Twitter, and also we would hopefully have more of a moral backbone that we would be able to ban people who are actively promoting fascism and are being actively racist and sexist and things on our platforms, which Facebook and Twitter are not so good at, because those are also some of the people that are giving them a lot of money. So I think in some regard we're hopefully slightly better off, but of course if we get 100,000 users tomorrow, it's gonna be tough. So
one question I had was that, I mean, when you talk about having like a company owned by the company, are you still talking about a non-profit?
So this is one of the things that Mozilla did, and Shivam actually mentioned the Mozilla CEO, and Mitchell Baker and I are friends, and she advised me quite a lot on how to basically create a nonprofit, and it kind of pains me to see Mozilla being in the spot where they're at now. It's kind of painful to see, but I've always had this focus on sustainability more than anything else, right? So sorry, what did you say? Right off on the tangent again.
Like, just wanted to, like, I was thinking that, like the easiest way to avoid any problem where someone is like, well, I will want to buy you for a godzillion of money, is to make it completely impossible for them to do it because you're a non-profit. Right. So in that sense, if your second company is a non-profit, then that removes that vector of trouble.
Right, but that's a potential intentional act, right? So if we create a for-profit company, because so Mozilla does this. Mozilla is a non-profit, but most of the people working for Mozilla are actually working for Mozilla Corporation, not Mozilla non-profit. This is also easier because there's a lot more scrutiny around non-profits in the United States, right? So there's no tax avoidance, there's no tax questions because they get taxed like a regular corporation and so forth. But for the sake of community and for the sake of keeping things in a trusted level, it is owned by the nonprofit, which is actually a stroke of genius on Mitchell's part, in my opinion. That's really quite good, right? If we follow the same model with say a social network for music that then has a potential for running away, which has a potential for generating massive amounts of revenue or crashing and burning, right? I see those the two opposite ends of the spectrum. The massive amount of money and running away and becoming a complete headache and so forth, there might just be a very good argument for saying, it's like, okay, this for-profit subsidiary of MetaBrainz Foundation is now on the block and we're selling it for like 150 million bucks, right? And if some idiot comes along and buys it for 150 million bucks, then off it goes. We can sell it, right? It's a for-profit entity that we're allowed to sell. And then there's 150 million bucks that kind of gets into our pocket that has no strings attached, that allows us to figure out exactly how we want to scale the community in the most sane way possible. We have no pressure on any sort of way to do anything, right? That's one of the ways in which we could capitalize this to be a really good thing for us, right? And then we could go back and say like, okay, we will build some of the features that we want to see so that they're not so scary or social anymore. I don't know. But the point is, it might be desirable for us to actually get rid of a particular thing. And if somebody gives us a budget that'll last us for the next 20 years, okay, I'm cool with that.
I can see that. I'm just worried that, it actually leads to the same breach of trust thing where they might be like, what do you mean you're selling this? But, like they will change everything and whatever. Of course, yeah, you can, and it might be that a condition for being able to sell it is that you cannot compete with it, so you cannot keep your own fork of it and
right.
That kind of thing.
I think if there were to be a for-profit that does the social network, then I would basically have I would state or manage expectations differently. I would say that this is a for-profit arm and actually basically say what I just said, right? And state on the tin that we don't know, we're doing this intentionally separately to protect MetaBrainz, and we don't know what happened, but the potential for actually selling the entity in order to protect MetaBrainz is one of the potential outcomes. And if somebody looks at it and says like, I don't want to use your site, that's bullshit, then that's totally fine, right? That's totally fine. And maybe there's something to be said for us actually building two separate things. Like we were building a hardcore music fan site, and that is ListenBrainz, right? But then something that's a little bit more mamby-pamby, a little bit easier to digest, that appeals more to the masses, that is this other company, right? So that, if you are more of the Picard mindset, that you use ListenBrainz, but if you're more of the, I don't know, tune-up mindset or something like that, something where you don't want to get your feet wet and doing a lot of work, you might go work with the other organization, right? I think it's a matter of managing expectations and so forth, but my primary focus is to protect MetaBrainz and protect our team and what we're doing now. Right, if there's no more questions, back to Freso.
Hello. So people have been jotting down names, and we have like 500 people on CritiqueBrainz integration with other brains, and then we have a handful that have 4 people and some with 3 and 2. But given that CritiqueBrainz has like everybody almost, I feel like that would be an obvious one to start with. Um, and let's see, what is it now? It's almost 6 o'clock. And that is a longish session. So we have about 2 hours more.
Also, fair warning: there's going to be some unwashed masses rolling in to go steal some of the beer from our team come 7:30. So that's in
An hour and a half.
Yeah, hour and a half. So, but
Yep.
that's just a fair warning. They're mostly are the Barcelona team's significant others that are appearing, and we promised them beer, then we're running off to dinner afterwards.
Right. My proposal right now would be that we take a quick 13-minute break until 6 o'clock. Then we do Critique Brains. And then do another break. And then we can do some social stuff, Among Us or Card Against Humanity, or someone's had suggested something else, Scriblio, for the last hour to kind of just not be talking shop the whole day. And then I think we can easily fit everything else in tomorrow. Does that sound like a reasonable plan of action? Rob, I see a lot of thumbs up and some slight nodding. All right.
I guess the only thing that I would say is I'm sure about 6 more topics are going to come up about midday tomorrow.
Oh, all right. I mean, even then, I feel like three of the sessions, 4 of the sessions are listed as breakout sessions, so those could possibly be run concurrently. Oh no. So I feel like we have. I feel like we probably have enough space for tomorrow. To fit everything in, and we might also be able to start a bit earlier because people have tried Zoom now, and for those who might not be so familiar with Zoom.
Do we need a break already? We just had a longish break.
I don't know. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just plunge.
And maybe we can actually get a feature squeezed in, or
All right.
a topic squeezed in before we finish off for the day.
All right. Then let's plunge right into Critique Brains.
Can we not do that, please? Can we have at least 5 minutes break, please?
I do it a couple of minutes myself, but only a couple of minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
5 minutes. But then let's continue. Let's not have
So 5 to 6 CEST will be reconvening and doing Critique Brains integration with everything. Yeah.
I will place my handsome stand-in, and we're good to go.
It is 4 to 6 now. I think the critique brains is monkey. So tomorrow, please what?
Can I interrupt for a sec if Rob is still around?
Oh.
Or is he?
I'm here.
I had a quick question about, well, you were talking about Listen Brains becoming kind of like, some degree like an entry point. One thing that made it problematic, I was wondering if you have thought about how to deal with that going forward, is that right now, as far as I understand, you still need to, create a MusicBrainz account and go through MusicBrainz, which is kind of a scary site, to be able to use Listen Brains, right? Is this something that is clearly in the plans to improve?
Well, I mean, I still firmly believe that the account management and so forth, that we shouldn't have MusicBrainz accounts, but that we should have MetaBrainz accounts, and that we should really finish that migratory path, right? I don't want to stray away from that. But you really do bring up a really valid point in that, if everyone comes in and creates a MusicBrainz account, that by definition puts MusicBrainz on the radar for a bunch of people that may not be ideal. I don't have an answer for that. Let me ponder that. So I see Alistair has run out of MetaBrainz shirts. No, are you alternating? Google MetaBrainz.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Oh, right. Okay.
He's referring to the gaslighting.
Yes.
No more MetaBrainz shirts. It's all Google open source projects now.
By the way, the whole authorization with MusicBrainz is also quite relevant for BookBrainz. So it's definitely something that I'd be interested in. Just keeping track of where we're going with that.
I mean, we talked about this last year, and I think the year before.
Undoubtedly.
Years, yes. I'm just wondering if there is a more clear plan, because there seems to be a more clear plan on other projects going forward, which makes it a bit more important than it was 2 years ago.
I also
question and comment.
I also just wanna loop back around to my community update from before, where we have about 50 more new users per day than we did last year, and I think I don't think all of these are making their accounts because of MusicBrainz. I think a lot of them are also for example, BookOx people that are coming over, and I think it's people coming for ListenBrainz, and generally I don't think it's purely MusicBrainz users. Those around 50 more a day we have now compared to last year.
Yeah, I certainly haven't seen such an active users in MusicBrainz, that's for sure. So I would be assuming that a lot of them are non-active MusicBrainz yet, ListenBrainz users or something like that, which makes it a bit misleading also to claim them as MusicBrainz users in our stats. So that's also something that ideally we would remedy. But I don't think that's so important. But yeah, I'm more afraid of having this scary kind of complicated double-side login process being kind of putting a damper on people logging in. They want to, this is new Last.fm, oh shit, what is this new page that looks completely different, and why am I here? And it might be a bit weird. That's all my.
Should we talk about it now, but would it make sense to have some reports for this? Just thinking, it should be relatively straightforward to put together something to
Good.
At least let us see, how many users have never interacted with MusicBrainz, but have interacted with ListenBrainz or something, just to get a sort of an idea about the health of the community, like what people are creating accounts for.
Also,
How do you propose we collect that data?
I mean, just somebody who has access to all the databases do a join across each site.
I mean, like, we can certainly check on the MusicBrainz side who has not, you know, edited or rated or like tagged. We actually have like a specific differentiation between active editor, like editors and active editors in our stats already. So we already do that. It shouldn't be very hard, I expect, to, you know, compare that with a list of like all users which have scrabbled or well, listened, or however we're calling it, at least one thing to ListenBrainz, or like done an addition in BookBrainz. That sounds actually pretty doable.
Well, for BookBrainz, I think it's easy. If the users are on BookBrainz, then you know they're active on BookBrainz. They're not here for anything else. And there's a reference to the MusicBrainz username, so it's easy, at least for me, to export that data to someone to cross-compare.
I mean, only at that level I was sort of referring to. Like, we don't have to get into really details about what an active user means, but just to see, like, can we sort of get an intuition as to what people are creating accounts for? You know, are people creating accounts to go to BookBrainz or to go to ListenBrainz? Maybe.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting.
It's like a huge priority, but we can talk about it later, in the sense that we can maybe like figure out who has to dump what and where we can put it so that it's not accessible to anyone we don't want to make it accessible to, but we still can compare it. That's the main difficulty I can see. Everything else would be easy. So we can maybe talk about it tomorrow or even online later, like, well, online without video later. Let's look into it.
Mm-hmm. Are we ready to continue with CritiqueBrainz? Take it away, Nicholas, I think.
Yeah, so I don't think I'm the right person to lead the charge on this subject. I was just mainly interested in the discussion, because as we were talking about earlier, I think it's going to be really important to be able to integrate BookBrainz to CritiqueBrainz. And be able to straight from the BookBrainz website write and read reviews that are on CritiqueBrainz and ratings and etc. That being said, I don't know much at all about CritiqueBrainz, so it's I think if maybe Alistair wouldn't mind chiming in, and I guess one other thing you were talking about is that at least for BookBrainz, the main problem is that it's a separate database, and CritiqueBrainz is not currently set up to access another database. And regardless of how we do it, that would probably be fairly difficult and bring I don't know. It's going to bring a bunch of complications.
So sorry for interrupting a little bit, but is it really necessary that the CritiqueBrainz has a separate database? Can we rethink this in a way so that it doesn't have that? So because when you cut BookBrainz as well, you have to have a duplicated BookBrainz database. I mean, I can't help but thinking that we're not utilizing our, we're not doing it best way for CritiqueBrainz, having a separate duplicated database when we already have a database, which is MusicBrainz.
So the answer to that is the way that we are doing it is the only way that we should be doing it, and everything else is not to brush it under the rug as sort of and dismiss it, but everything else is an implementation detail. So
hold on one second. I'm actually now thinking about what Param is pushed us towards, and that is the philosophy of having fewer repositories and more stuff in one repository because you're doing less duplication. And what CatCat just said, like, that's actually not that bad of a thought idea. What if we only had one database but we had many different schemas inside of that database, because now we could actually join across from BookBrainz to ListBrainz to MusicBrainz. Is that a bad idea for scalability?
That sounds like a dream in terms of some functionality, but it sounds like a nightmare in every other possible way that I can think of.
Well, I'm not clear on what the nightmares are.
Yeah, schema changes, for example.
Yeah, but schema changes, if schema changes are isolated to a particular schema inside of the database, that's fine.
I mean, my opinion is in any case, we should probably try to be doing schema changes at the same time once BookBrainz becomes a bit bigger. So that doesn't seem like that's a huge problem to me. MusicBrainz already has like 3 different schemas in there. We have a documentation schema, we have the cover art schema, we have like, I think it might be even 4. So that's certainly doable. I just don't know. I mean, like someone smarter about these things, I don't know, Michael or someone can probably give a better idea of like whether this would be a problem in the sense that, I don't know, it might get like overloaded in some way or something. But in principle, the idea doesn't seem terrible to me. It would allow us to, for example, like, you know, share maybe IDs for like artists in an easier way. If with someone is both a BookBrainz person and a MusicBrainz person, like the idea seems good. I just don't know like how easy or not easy it is. Technical, so that's something that, yeah, someone like Michael might be able to say. But we definitely have several database schemas already in use in MusicBrainz, and we join around them all the time.
Right. I think we should not beleaguer this point right now, but I think we should take this as a thinking point. And yes, I think Bitmap should really think about this as well. I'll think about this a little bit. And it's intriguing, but I really need to think about it before moving further down the line with this thought.
Short of joining databases, is there any way that we could? The 2 options I have in mind is one, connect to another database.
So
they're probably on the same servers.
That's how CritiqueBrainz works now.
It connects to the MusicBrainz database.
So it connects to its own database and to the MusicBrainz database, right? So there's nothing stopping it from connecting to the BookBrainz database as well.
Well, that seems ideal.
The only thing, let's say I brought that up as a possible issue initially when we started talking about it, just simply to say that none of that exists. You know, if we wanted to do, talking about it specifically as an integration between CritiqueBrainz and BookBrainz, we would be starting from scratch, let's say, in terms of data access. And regardless of how we do it, you know, if they were the same schema, different schemas in the same database, or different databases, or accessing it via a web service, you know, all of these require initial upfront work to do that connection and get that data.
And that's inevitable regardless. So I think that's just helps us gauge the pile of work that's going to be needed for it. But it would be easier to directly connect to a database, considering we're hosted in the same place.
Exactly. There's no technical limitation to connecting directly to the BookBrainz database from CritiqueBrainz.
Yeah, so I guess there's no interest at all in having that second option of using an API or web service.
We moved away from that in CritiqueBrainz for access to MusicBrainz for things like being able to get data quickly. So there was a lot of data to get the data by doing API lookups. You know, it took a lot of API lookups, so you had to wait for a long time.
I mean, one problem with that might be that the MusicBrainz API is not very well designed for that. So in that sense, like maybe a better designed API would actually allow to do all of what you need in one lookup. You could even have an internal API that gives you all the data you need with one lookup. So that's not impossible, but
my gut feel and my experience with having sort of websites that look up to APIs sort of as part of the process is that it's kind of difficult and fraught with problems. You know, if the API that you depend on goes away, or if it's acting slowly, then things become difficult. So I would be happy to say if we wanted to do this and if we plan to do this, then go directly for a direct database connection, because that makes it easier to switch. If we end up merging databases into separate schemas or something, that's not a huge change.
Fair.
I wanted to bring up a point initially, sort of as an opener to this topic.
I just
that
wanted
3 weeks ago, we were talking about shutting down CritiqueBrainz, and that now we're sort of talking about really tight integration of CritiqueBrainz with a bunch of other projects that we have. I'm not saying good or bad or either way. I just wanted to raise it as a comment, because sort of as I commented during the state of discussion, that it's one of these things that everyone talks about as being super important and super interesting, and they really like the idea. And then the fact that we have hard numbers, statistics that show that we had 6 reviews in the last 10 months. Does anyone have opinions or thoughts on that?
I have some opinion, which is that a lot of it would also depend on how you do it, in the sense that, for example, let's say BookBrainz didn't have its own ratings, but only used CritiqueBrainz for ratings. That would actually already have, you would have a lot more ratings than the reviews you have now, just because, MusicBrainz ratings are more common than CritiqueBrainz reviews. So if you had all the MusicBrainz ratings, for example, going to CritiqueBrainz, you would probably actually see a lot more activity, even if people weren't specifically writing reviews. So I'm thinking that the stats can be a bit misleading in that way. But I would actually be curious about, an estimation. You have worked on CB, and people who have worked on CB, an estimation of what kind of work are we talking about? Are we talking about, a hack week where we get together for a week and we do it and it's done? Are we talking about something a lot more complicated than that?
For integration to BookBrainz?
Yes.
I think your first thought. So it's relatively straightforward, I believe.
It might be work.
One of the issues is that BookBrainz has an ORM in the bindings, etc., in JavaScript, which is not going to be helpful for.
Sure, but I mean, you have a well-defined schema, and so it's just a matter of using, for example, we're writing SQL by hand.
Yeah, sure, and I can actually. Well, I will have to be working with whoever's writing the Python code, because it ain't gonna be me to help understand the schema and how all of it connects together.
And so we have talked about ratings in CritiqueBrainz a number of times. I mean, this has been on the radar for what, 4, 5, 6 years.
One problem was CritiqueBrainz was hidden on the MusicBrainz website for months. We didn't even notice it. So it might explain why there are lesser contributions to CritiqueBrainz.
So I'm not sure if the increase in reviews over the last month has been because we made the forum post or because it's now visible on MusicBrainz.
Probably both. I mean, I expect that MusicBrainz wasn't bringing a lot of people in just because if it was, someone would have reported the thing missing.
Right.
So, I expect it wasn't, super active. That doesn't mean that, if we're talking about tens of reviews, then it's perfectly possible that some people just noticed it and was like, oh, this is cool.
Right. We had a little bit of feedback. I mean, this is sort of turning into general. Yeah, well, okay, maybe I'll leave it then. I don't want to turn it into a general let's talk about Critique Brains session. Yeah, Lucifer says it's probably not a lot of work, and I agree with him that the adding, let's say, taking BookBrains out of the picture, adding a new MusicBrainz entity to Critique Brains is basically a matter of copying 6 or 7 functions and changing the reference to the entity. So BookBrains would be similar, except some of those function implementations would have to be written in order to actually get the data.
I'm up for a week of working on that. If we decide we want to go on this, and I think that with 3 of us or so working on it, it would be probably enough.
Would that turn into so that's going to turn into people wanting more functionality on Critique Brains?
If it does, then it's probably, it's big enough that we actually care about it enough. If one person says, I would like this, then I guess we don't care. If people start using it, we could say, like, we are adding this. This is like a basic proof of concept to see if BookBrains people are interested in this. If we see a lot of activity, then we will consider improvements and working forward on it. And if we don't see a lot of activity, then we will, not do much until we start seeing activity.
I mean, to some degree, the BookBrains community is pretty small as well. So I wouldn't expect a giant deluge of reviews. There'll be some, undeniably, but I wouldn't expect hundreds of reviews a month from just adding BookBrains.
Sure, but I would say if we get, let's say, if we have 10 or something MusicBrainz reviews this week, this month, if we get them around the same amount of BookBrainz reviews in the same month, which is a much less established project, I would actually call that a pretty good start in that sense.
Fair enough.
One thing that comes out of this also, so we had this discussion a little bit a month ago or so. Right at the moment, there's no MetaBrainz contractor whose job description includes Critique Brains. I guess, and to say Lucifer's been doing great work on his volunteer stuff so far, and I've been picking up, sort of helping with reviews and doing releases and things on top of that. From my perspective, at least, I don't see it being. I don't see myself being able to spend much more time than I am now on this from the perspective of code review, releases, project planning. So that kind of, to an extent, puts the onus on others to step up and say that they're able to help as well.
Well, I get the feeling that, for example, if this was shown to be like important for BookBrainz in a way that it drives a lot of people to there, then that it would make sense for like that to become a bit of part of the BookBrainz like work. Of course, monkeys probably would say like, oh shit, I don't want more work. But like at least some basic like maintaining and whatever would probably make sense. Like if we see, I think like this is the kind of thing where if we see getting enough use and it makes sense to maintain, then we will actually find, like I think the lack of motivation to maintain it is also because no one is using it, right? Once you have a project people give a shit about, then you're more likely to give a shit about it yourself. That's how I feel about it anyway. So it's more likely that be it Monkey, be it even me, possibly, be it, like someone would actually try to find some time for it in a situation where, there is actually people being like, yes, there is a need for this time.
So this feedback then is different than what we had a month ago, and in a good way, I think positive, to say that there are other people saying that they're interested in helping to make this happen.
I would definitely do what I can within my limited skill set to help maintain it if it's something that is useful to BookBrainz, of course.
Cool. Does that mean we're going to go for it and see what happens then?
I say we do.
I say we do too. My only question is how to schedule it. Like, you know, again, like, do we want to schedule this as something that should be there for like a proper, like, you know, before we do a proper big push on BookBrainz? Or is it okay, or should we concentrate on finishing BookBrainz and do this big push and then be like, by the way, we're working on adding this later? Like, how much of a priority is it, you would say?
If we don't have a main contributor to CriticBrainz, maybe one priority should be the maintainability. If we develop new features to CriticBrainz, we should be able to shut it down if we don't have the people to still maintain it. So keep it modular to be able to keep it working, keep the minimal basis working.
Let me think out loud for a second. Alistair, as far as security on CriticBrainz is concerned, we've updated all the modules and whatnot so that all known security issues are currently handled.
We released all of Lucifer's work onto beta, and we were testing it before releasing onto prod. So prod still has those issues until we release beta, but we're ready to do that release this week. So yes.
Okay. My gut instinct is, I mean, right now I have very much a desire to keep pushing on the recommendation stuff. And I very much want your and Monkey's attention towards that. What if we simply say we let CriticBrainz be more community focused after this release, and then we do a concerted push on recommendations. And once we have a bit of a concerted push done on recommendations, we have something out that the community can look at, and there's more progress done. Maybe it makes sense to then actually loop back around and grab both Monkey and Alistair to say, okay, so now for the next 2 weeks, you guys are working on CriticBrainz and making a real push to actually move things forward. Is that a reasonable approach? So maybe like CriticBrainz early part of next year?
I think that's a pretty good idea. I also feel going in the same direction that if there's low-hanging fruit for CriticBrainz, it's not going to be BookBrainz integration. There's plenty of stuff that can be done to improve integration, since that's what we're talking about with MusicBrainz and ListenBrainz much quicker than and with a lot more impact in terms of number of users than going for BookBrainz. As much as I want to see it happen for BookBrainz, I think it would be a good idea to wait a little bit and focus the CriticBrainz parts on music for now.
Yes, I think the idea of delaying putting engineering resources into CriticBrainz is also good because it allows us to see how the community shakes out a little bit, right? Do we see the number of reviews picking up? And is there going to be a continued engineering focus to work on these sorts of things, right? If both of them drop off and people still continue to not really do anything, even though the reviews are being shown on MusicBrainz recording again, I think we would probably want to go the opposite direction and just put the project to pasture.
Right, I think that was sort of a big concern that I had with sort of where this discussion went. And as I said, like a few weeks ago, we were talking about shutting it down, and so yeah, we've decided that we're going to give it another chance, and so let's give it that chance.
Right, but the most immediate things are mitigated by the upcoming release and pushing security issues out the door. So let's do that. Let's call that our stopping point, and then work with Lucifer and anybody else that is working on the site. Trying to keep that process still moving forward, but without necessarily like making it your dev priority focus.
Great.
Okay.
Was somebody taking notes? No. All right, let's finish up there. I'll write some notes. And
I have a follow-up question with all that.
Sure.
Stuff that I'm completely unsure of. What's the level of integration between CriticBrainz and MusicBrainz? What CriticBrainz information is currently surfaced on the MusicBrainz pages?
So
yeah,
go.
What we are doing right now, as far as I remember, maybe I'm forgetting something, but I don't think so, is we're specifically on release group pages in MusicBrainz. We have a pretty big, review list. There is no reviews. Do you want to review that area under the releases? But at the same time, and let's be fair, like release groups aren't the most active page. Like you will mostly go there if you have to find something else, but it's not like a kind of like random user watch page. And then on the release pages, we have a smaller thing on the sidebar, which is just text basically with there are N reviews in CriticBrainz, or we don't have a review yet for this on CriticBrainz, go write it, which is significantly smaller. So it's there, but it's not like a particularly big thing. And I mean, it's specifically only for releases because release groups, because we didn't actually have like anything else be rateable for a long time. So there wasn't like a push at all to like extend it elsewhere.
So the new release of CriticBrainz will also do artists. Do we think that means it would be worth copying that functionality on MusicBrainz to also have the artist reviews?
Well, I would say it makes sense to at least put it on the sidebar. I'm not sure if we want to, because the artist page is already full of stuff. We might not want to put it like very big on the main overview, but having it on the sidebar with a few lines like we have on releases, we don't have any reviews for this, might actually be sensible. Does it only support artists, or is there any other entities we need to think about?
There are lots more, and the thing is, I really don't know exactly which ones are on prod and on beta, because it seems like this stuff was in limbo for a long time. But beta has about 4 or 5 or more entities.
So once that's released on prod, we should certainly look into it. Can someone, I don't know, whether you or Lucifer is listening, or anyone who knows the exact list anyway, make a MusicBrainz ticket requesting, saying that, well, the next production update of CriticBrainz will allow these entities. Can we add integration on the sidebar for those? That's the kind of thing I can do myself and should be very hard.
Okay.
So I'm up for that. Okay, Lucifer says he can do that, so awesome.
Is there any way that we could make reviews more central on MusicBrainz rather than pushing it to the bottom of the page and to the bottom of the sidebar? It feels to me, looking at other music and or book websites, that user reviews are more central. I guess it goes back to this idea of engaging users to make money, which certainly isn't our goal. But then again, would reviews benefit from being pushed to the top of the page a little bit more?
So the problem right now is that our current design is kind of crowded as it is. So it's kind of complicated. I will say, though, that both, for example, I know Discogs have it at the bottom, so it's not particularly visible. They do get some reviews, although I don't think it's their main point either, so there aren't that many. Rate Your Music actually has them more prominent, but that's because they have, for example, track lists for them are basically in a small corner, because that's not that relevant for them, because, they are Rate Your Music, right? So it's a compromise that needs to be made, and I cannot at the moment see exactly where we would get a lot of space for it. Although I think adding at least some of the stuff that's missing is a pretty good start. But it would certainly be an interesting thing to think when we are like redesigning. I mean, there's been all the talk about redesigning stuff, right? So if we can redesign in a way that actually makes it fit properly in a more visible way, that actually would be interesting. So it's certainly something to keep in mind, but I don't see it as a very easy option now because, for example, let's say like if you throw the reviews on top of the release group page, then you're going to hide the releases, which is, to be fair, what most people right now come there for. Like, you know, it cannot be made in a way that gets in the way of people because that's just annoying, right? So we would have to find a way that doesn't annoy users. So it might be that on the sidebar we can, you know, throw it a bit higher up maybe so that it's more visible to people. Like small like tweaks like that are certainly possible. And I mean, the thing is, like, I'm not a designer, and I mean, no one in the MusicBrainz team is a designer. So it's pretty hard for us to, like, I think, see like what's the right place for some things. I mean, I know a lot of my coding is like, I guess it looks fine there. So, you know, I don't really have like a clear idea of like what would be the easiest or best for a user. So if you have that because you have more of a designer background, for example, I wouldn't mind you taking a look and giving some suggestions.
So you know that Monkey actually attended art school and not engineering college. We have a designer on the team.
Designer or artist? That's a very different thing.
It's yeah, it's. I mean,
a designer is just an artist that makes money.
That's funny.
Take it from someone who left the field.
Yes. Yes. Still, I just wanted to point out that, you know, we do have a designer on the team, and the fact that we have much better T-shirts now is a testament to that.
I mean, absolutely. It's just that, you know, in the big scheme, like, we cannot take a Monkey to redesign MusicBrainz because that's more than a full-time job. So, I mean, it's not the kind of thing that is easy to do on the side of, like, working on ListenBrainz and Brains Player and BookBrainz, etc. But obviously, like, I'm sure there is a lot of low-hanging design fruit in MusicBrainz that would be very easy to figure out by just using it like an hour a week. So, I mean, I certainly wouldn't have anything against Monkey doing that.
True.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. And we're, again, not talking about a redesign of the entirety of MusicBrainz, but here's a problem we'd like to solve. What's a good suggestion? For reviews, certainly, I think it would help CriticBrainz in general if we rearrange something just for the release group page. Actually, I don't think it's particularly relevant otherwise. Or maybe I'm mistaken. That's something we would need to discuss. But yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't require months of work.
Yeah, I think the redesign of the entirety of MusicBrainz is unfortunately not something that Monkey can do in his spare time. Obviously not, right? Big project. MusicBrainz is full of these giant projects. That's a problem. In that respect, it would be nice to have a few million euros, but yeah.
Two things that came up on IRC that I think are worth commenting on. CatCat said that it'd be cool to have review buttons on ListenBrainz, which I think is a neat idea. And if so, new CriticBrainz doesn't have recordings, but it has release groups and artists. So perhaps there could be some sort of integration in there. I think that could be a neat idea. Adi Swift mentioned that he would like to see another tab for reviews, which could be an interesting discussion if the design thing pans out and if we look at redesigns. This topic was called integration of CriticBrainz into all of the other Brainzes. Are there other Brainzes that it should be integrated into?
I mean, I'm assuming AcousticBrainz doesn't really fit with the target, so
great.
I mean, maybe on the direction, like it could be interesting to have, like to display some, in the same way as we do in MusicBrainz, to display some AD features in CritiqueBrainz, like, a general basic like BPM or whatever that might be interesting to have in CritiqueBrainz, not so much the other way around. And I cannot think of any other thing that right now would need it, but I actually don't mind, by the way, the review tabs idea. That might be something adding a new tab is not a particularly hard thing. So that's a reasonably easy thing if Monkey thinks that makes sense. But yeah, I can't think of any other brainses that need integration right now. Can anyone else?
I just had a crazy idea for CritiqueBrainz in AcousticBrainz.
No.
Textual analysis, token analysis of reviews.
Absolutely. So a lot of people are doing. I know I worked with someone who, in his PhD thesis, worked on using reviews from Amazon, I think, as sort of a combination classification / recommendation system. Absolutely. I think that's probably more something to look at doing in the future if we end up with more review data.
Yeah, I think it could be really interesting to see if we can find any correlation to words being used in reviews coupled with data from AcousticBrainz and seeing kind of an intersection there. I think that could be a really interesting exercise.
I think the answer to that is absolutely, and we will. Just requires having a bit more data, like 10 times as much data in CritiqueBrainz.
Yeah, CritiqueBrainz is kind of the weak link in that one. So, anyway.
I've written some notes, and I'm happy with that discussion.
Say that again, please. Sorry, didn't hear very well.
I think that's all discussion on this topic covered.
I don't have anything to add other than tabs might be a good idea indeed. At least it's an easy, direct solution. That's for sure. I would definitely consider it.
I put it in the notes doc, so we have a record of that.
All right, can we?
So I think if we get a ticket for that, I can probably work on that and get it added, like let's say in a couple of weeks. We should have code for that, unless I get sidetracked by something else. So I think that the tab shouldn't be a problem at all. Maybe that will help. We'll see. Sorry, Press.
Yeah, if that's that topic, that means that we have maybe about half an hour, or like we've been going for. We reconvened at about a bit past 5-ish, so we've been going for about an hour and a half now. So I think it would be a good idea to take a quick break to stretch and not look at the screens for a bit.
Is your plan to come back for one more half session?
That is kind of what I'm deliberating on right now. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there might be 6 more tomorrow. So that's 13. So I think it might be good to get one of them done today. Would it make sense to do the academic publications today?
If you want to keep hearing me talk.
I am perfectly happy to keep hearing you talk.
It's better than hearing me talk.
It's a wonderful New Zealand European English accent.
Yeah. apparently when I talk to my parents, my accent changes completely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm studying intercultural communication, and we've just discussed this in my last class about how we literally change our language depending on who we talk to. It's very interesting.
So when I travel to the US, I have to change my accent because nobody knows what I'm saying.
Yeah. Anyway, I say we have a 10-minute break and meet up at 10 to 7, and then we do academic publications. And
I propose that we do academic publications now, simply because in about 15 minutes I have to get on a train to drink beer.
yeah, that is fine. That is we can do that. Yeah, I think that's gonna be our last proper topic for the day as well.
Which is great because I didn't see a lot of names next to it, but we're all here and we have nothing else to do, so that's great.
Sounds like academia, all right?
I mean, it is after the one we just did, after the critique brains. This academic is tied with a handful of others for the second most votes. So
fair enough.
But yeah, let's Alistair, take it away again.
Sure. So I guess I guess this comes up from what I was saying previously during the, can't see it, Rob, camera doesn't work. Coming up from the discussion that we sort of started earlier. And I guess the idea was to say, is there a way to make our stuff more visible to the academic community, especially so initially in light of the data that we have from all of the sites, and then sort of as a next step in terms of doing stuff with that data, which sort of ties into the recommendation stuff that we're doing, sort of saying, can we look at the kind of research that people are doing and show that they can use MetaBrainz data to do this research. We've talked, I mean, Rob's talked a number of times today about getting data out there. And I think that's a really key thing, is to, make a database dump, or a data set dump, which could be, all of ListenBrainz, right? I mean, that's an incredible listening histories dump that a lot of people can use for a lot of stuff. We have stuff like the Acoustic Brains dump, which is, as we said, 5 million tracks with specific data for, let's say, BPM or key, which is also useful for research. On top of that, so I think that the data stuff is relatively straightforward. It's a small amount of time to write something that takes a dump or looks into the database and zips it up and regularly makes it available, and have a blog post that describes what the data is and leave it there. I think that's enough. I guess the other thing that kind of came up during the discussion earlier was to say, do we think it's valuable to have papers which describe academic publications, which describe each of the projects, so that we can use that as a way to keep an eye on who is using it, and sort of present it to the wider academic community as a relevant tool for their research.
Is that a question, or are you going to continue?
I'll stop there, perhaps. So yes, question. Do we want to make these publications?
I I'm still unclear on exactly, given that I'm not part of the academic world, I don't know exactly the best way to approach these sorts of things, but I guess the thing to do, the thing that I most care about is to basically tell the academic communities about the things that they may not know about. And I strongly suspect that they know about MusicBrainz, probably because your efforts know about AcousticBrainz, right? I doubt that they know about ListenBrainz and the fact that we already have dumps and all of that, right? And I doubt that they know about our work for recommendation engines. So my guess, without being really fully informed on this, is for us to go as a first step, put in a signpost that says, look, ListenBrainz is here, ListenBrainz has this data, ListenBrainz has that data, here are the data dumps. These are the things that we're building. If you build on top of our stuff, you want to participate with our stuff, or just want to watch our stuff, or, which is most likely the outcome is like if you just want to go talk shit about our stuff, this is where you do it, right? And then once we have that, then we can think about, okay, how do we go about actually measuring what people are using? And how do we, and that's like in the second part where we actually go in and figure out, the second part of observing how the MetaBrainz projects are relevant to, or like how they're impacting the academic world. That would be my take on things.
So I think that's kind of like the first bit, which I mentioned, right? Like get data sets out there, get data out there as a preference, as a first step.
That's not even connected to like academia in many ways. I mean, you want everyone to know that's there anyway. You don't have to write that as an academic way, or that's basically public documentation plus shouting a bit that we exist. We should be doing that in any case, whatever we decide to do with academia.
So, right, absolutely. I would perhaps put in as a caveat there that academics like citing things. And if you don't have something for them to cite, they get quite worried about how to do it. So I mean, as a really concrete example, right? If in our research group we want to talk about MusicBrainz, we normally do a footnote. But if we want to talk about AcousticBrainz, well, we have a paper about AcousticBrainz, so we cite the paper. I mean, it sounds a little bit funny and trivial, but having...
It's really helpful for me to think about it because I understand this whole citation game, right? So that then basically says it would be good for us to do a citation that actually quotes MusicBrainz, so that is there. Right. And I don't know, can one shove ListenBrainz and MusicBrainz do the same document and then get one citation anchor out of it?
You could, yeah. I mean, you could do, a database for open music metadata and something, which describes all of it. It really depends on target audience and things. It may be a good idea. You may submit something like that, and someone comes back and say you're talking about too many things. You don't really know until you try it.
So I guess my take on this then is this is a good thing for us to think about how to do it, but also there's a certain cadence to academic publishing things, and who knows if when we're ready to do these things is going to be ready for a submission deadline in the academic world. Uncertain about that. So what I think we might do is just push for some publication of, for us to do a publicity push to say, look, here's our recommendation engine, and do that sometime in January. Because if we're doing it in January, we're going to write blog posts, possibly some articles, we're going to reach out to media and so forth. And that is also going to be a good point for us not only to create a bunch of copy that then can be reworked into an academic paper, but also to get feedback as to what people are thinking so that we can actually refine this with the first round of feedback and hone our message that we then pass to the more critical academics. Does that seem like an acceptable roadmap for this?
I just wanted to make one comment about the cadence thing. That's absolutely true. There are typically two ways that you do this. One is that you write it and then wait for something to come up and submit it. And the other way is that you look and see what's coming up in the next 3 months, and then bash something out and submit it to whatever comes up first.
How about come beginning of the year, we'll pick a suitable deadline that we can put on the calendar for 2021 and then work towards that. And if in the meantime you can keep your eyes peeled for things that might be suitable for that, so that we can have a conversation early part of next year.
Yeah, we should definitely have a think about venues, but the academic side of us can do that. You know, I don't think that doesn't have to be anything that you're involved with, right? We can have a look.
We don't write.
Sorry.
We don't write academic paper very often, so I think we can wait for a good conference or journal, the most appropriate one in next year. We don't have to rush.
In terms of MusicBrainz, I mean, this is getting into sort of implementation details, but in terms of MusicBrainz, I think a journal would actually be a really good idea rather than a conference. Let's say more or less the sort of the prestige is a little bit higher, but MusicBrainz is so big and detailed and useful. I think there is value in doing a really detailed, like to say you could write a lot about, you know, why we structured the data in particular ways, how it ties in with the ways that librarians talk about data, how it's better than CDDB or whatever, you know, why we do things in particular ways, how everything fits together, and yeah, that's a relatively detailed publication. So you know, we don't necessarily want to find sort of the easiest to get into conference that we can find to publish that.
One quick question is, like, I'm not sure how exactly this works, but is it possible to just write it whenever, throw it in one of the open access websites in the meantime, get some comments and whatnot, and then send it to a journal, or does putting it there kind of lower your chances to later get into a journal?
Some conferences and journals prefer that you don't publish preprints. Some don't mind. Because we're not presenting new or novel research, I don't necessarily think we would get any value from putting it in a preprint archive beforehand. I kind of just see this as, like Rob says, do what we're planning on doing up until January-ish, write some notes. Once we have enough notes that things look like they're relatively cohesive, start looking for something that we could submit to within the next 3 to 6 months, finish writing, and then just submit it.
I think that's a good plan.
I have a small point about the useful stuff that we produce, and I don't know enough to know if it's a good suggestion. But the producing training data sets for the recommendation engine seems like these data sets that we're going to use to train our algorithms would be useful for someone else. Like here's a punk data set would probably be useful to someone.
So for example, the last 3 years, we run this contest as part of the MTG for genre recognition in music. And we used a subset of AcousticBrainz as this data set, and we published it as a data set, and it's in a couple of conferences and workshops. So from an academic point of view, exactly like was brought up, I think maybe Rob mentioned it, people don't know about this. And this is one of the reasons why Dimitri put Listen Brains in his book chapter on music recommendation, because it's sort of a way of saying, hey, this thing exists. And what better way for academics to say we exist is, hey, we've got a bunch of metadata about listening habits linked to MusicBrainz with metadata linked to AcousticBrainz with acoustic information. Have at it. And I
linked to CriticBrainz with user content too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're publishing many intercorrelated data sets of clean data, and not small data sets, but like, at scale kind of data sets, that becomes a gold mine, right? And this gold mine, making it available to academics is unlikely to ever generate any sort of revenue for us. That's fine, right? Because academics tend to, some, unlike Rio, sometimes tend to actually enter into the industry. And when they come armed with this knowledge, like, oh yeah, these MetaBrainz freaks, they have a bunch of really good data, right? That's where they drag their knowledge into corporations, then turn back around and say like, hey, so we need this data. These metadata hippies have got this sorted, right? And this is kind of already in a way happening with what Sertan is doing over at Cobalt.
I was just gonna comment on that. Yeah.
Right. So that's already happening. So that's anytime, and I'm keen on any of these data sets that we're producing, whether they're high quality or not. I mean, we should always state on the tin, we say like, we have a data set here. We used this for a while. We determined that it was kind of shit, but here it is, right? The thing is, like, even if we say there's a database that's shit, there's just a corpus of stuff that people can look at. And the more stuff we have, and as long as we are honest about what stuff we have, then that's good, right? So I'm keen on putting out more of these data sets, which is also the point of the dataset hoster. It's an easy way to take these data sets and to put them on the web so that people can start pawing through them and looking at them, right? And I want all of these data sets to be accessible in APIs so that they can be pulled into Troy. So like Troy really is, I would like it to be the Rosetta Stone, because the whole idea of Troy is to not have to download any data sets. All the data sets are hosted. So you clone one repository of code, you run an installer and just a simple install script, and then you can do things because all of the component data sets you need are in the cloud. So it's an easy way of doing that, and it has the benefit of making these data sets available, very easily self-documenting, available to academics as well, and anybody that wants to use them, right? So all of this fits into this greater overarching scheme of our drug dealer business model, where we want people to get hooked to it, and then as soon as somebody drags our data into commercial context, we can look hook back around and say, give us money, right? So this fits that model perfectly.
Just to add, academics work doesn't always go commercial. We had input from the security research group for OUTS. They did it for free. And Listen Brains, if I understand correctly, the goal is to allow people to make their own algorithm, or at least to parameterize the way they want recommendation to be made. So we need to have material for people to develop stuff around recommendation systems, and that can be done in academic, that can be done open source afterwards. So it's all the same loop.
Yes, I think along those lines, and one of the things that I haven't mentioned yet as a goal for the recommendation engine stuff is that at some point, I don't know if we're going to reach that next year. That might be a bit much, but hopefully we can do that in the course of the year. But I would like any small and medium record label that has a competent web geek on staff to be able to come to MusicBrainz and say like, hey, I hear you guys have recommendation engines. How do I build one? right? That competent web geek should be able to work with us to get a dump of their data for their label, import it into MusicBrainz, and then have that MBID, and then be able to create a training data set for us to turn around the data training set so that we can create a recommendation engine that they can then take and spin up on their own site. So the user comes in and says like, hey, recommend me something, that they have an answer to do that, right? Because right now, this isn't possible, right? Like one web geek cannot build a recommendation engine. You know, our team is proof positive of that. But if we can have, if we can make it so that a web geek can do the work to get their stuff into MusicBrainz and then take a recommendation engine, and then if that recommendation engine gets deployed on their site that they pay us $100 a month for that, it is win, 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 win all across the board, right? And this allows us to bring some high tech to small and medium labels who have currently zero chance at ever doing any of this stuff, and they become sidelined by definition of the major players. Right, so this is my goal in which we can really level the playing field and help provide more tools for a lot of these smaller labels. At the same time, I'm interested in pulling $100 a month out of their pocket, right? And you know, for a small label, $100 a month, that's a doable sort of expense. In exchange for getting a recommendation engine, that's a good deal, right? But all of that is, again, like now, hopefully you can see what I'm talking about with this giant feedback loop where people giving us data, taking recommendation engines, more data begets more people, gets more blah, 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 blah. Like the whole thing just kind of starts picking up a lot more. That's kind of what I want to see happen with that. So not probably happening next year, but if that's sort of one of the goals that we can kind of think about, because like I would like to change the music industry, because the music industry right now is just too wrapped up in you know 3 labels and all of the crap that they've got going on, and small labels. And you know, my girlfriend is a musician and she hardly sees any income from her recorded music work, right? I would like to change that, right? And I would like to change that for artists all over the world. And believe it or not, I think we as an organization have an opportunity to do that. And doing like one of the ways of doing that is by providing small and medium-sized labels these very attractive value propositions where give us some data, get a recommendation engine. If it works out for you, you know, feed us some money. Sorry, blathering again. So, are we done with that particular topic?
I think so.
Rob, it's important to dream on. I mean, if you don't dream big, we don't do small things. So keep at it.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I've been dreaming a lot, and I've been dreaming for 20 years. You know, dreaming, being high, whatever. You know, in the grand scheme of things, like we've accomplished a lot of these things that I've dreamt about, right? And I mean, you know, sidelining Grace Note was a big goal. Right. And it's just sort of like we just noticed like, oh, wait a minute, these people aren't even around anymore. Did we just accomplish that goal? We lost sight of that goal in a lot of ways. So, yeah, well, let's dream and let's keep changing things. Right. Because honestly, I would like more music, and I'd like more music from small musicians like my girlfriend rather than Drake. But that's me. Right.
I guess your dreams didn't involve putting up with me, but you know, you cannot get everything.
Well, you know, I've learned how to put up with you, so it's okay. So, does that wrap up this particular topic? Okay.
I think so. Any of the topics that I'll... So we have instruments, and then we have 4 potential breakout session topics. And then we have another 6 topics coming tomorrow, I hear rumors about. My instinct is to take 10-minute break, because now we've been going for almost 2 hours with like a 5-minute break in between. And then do some social stuff, which means that people who need to leave to go to a restaurant with their significant others can go do that, and people who for whom this is way past bedtime already can maybe also start drifting off. And yeah, does that sound like a reasonable plan of action? I see no one being wildly upset. So I think I'm gonna call that we're gonna do 10-minute break. So for those who want to stick around for some social stuff, and I'm thinking either Among Us or something else, we can meet up again in 7:15 and figure that out. And for everyone else who do not want to be around for that, thank you for today, and I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central European Time.
I want to echo that. Thank you, everyone. This worked a lot better than I expected. So I feel like we've covered a lot of ground. Maybe not as much as we would have in person, but given the circumstances, doing well. And I'm looking forward to thinking about the future tomorrow. So fabulous. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Play Swiblio.
I should probably unmute myself here. There we go. So actually, I meant to do this before we took this break, but then I didn't. But I'm also gonna end the YouTube stream here. So for people who are watching live via YouTube or who are watching this at a later date, thank you for watching along, and we'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central European Time, 11 a.m. UTC. And yeah, so thanks for watching. Bye.